Chapter 912. Inside the Emperor's Tomb. In the bedroom, Fang Ping's eyes were blood-red. With a roar, cracks appeared on the Chongdao. With a slash, a person was cut in half. Die. The golden house fell vertically, smashing directly into the other party's mentality. With a bang, the mentality was smashed. No. A bitter, unwilling roar was heard again. Fang Ping panted heavily, looking at the man and the demon who were attacking the golden house frantically. He smiled evilly. Kill both of them. As for Zhao Xingwu and Qi Huanyu, who were fighting not far away from him, he was not in the mood to care. These two fellows were too strong. He was no match for them now. Not to mention now, even if he was at peak 9 refinement, Fang Ping felt that he would be in danger. These two fellows were getting stronger as they fought, vaguely showing signs of transformation. It was not transformation toward the peak, but the essence of their strength was transforming. In this way, the two of them might be able to fight at the peak if they were less than 1,000 meters away from each other. Fang Ping was actually very surprised. Qi Huanyu did not mention it. How did Zhao Xingwu become so strong? This old man was not this strong in the past. Not far away, Changshan Qi and the rest were fighting with all their might. Old Man Li had the upper hand against the nameless mountain youth. The nameless mountain youth was a little annoyed and unwilling. Although this person was at Golden Body 9 refinement, he was not afraid of Li Changxing. After all, he had just advanced. His strength had not reached peak yet. The key was that these people recovered too quickly. All of them drank the imperishable substance like water. Some when they were injured, some when their strength was depleted, some when they were annoyed. How could they fight like this? The nameless mountain youth was holding a thin sword. At this moment, he was also extremely helpless. Moreover, these human martial artists' fighting style was too reckless. They were fighting directly. He could not use many of his techniques here. The place was too small. With so many powerhouses gathered here, it was difficult for him to use them. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly ignored the two rank 9s who were trapped. He turned around and rushed toward Ji Yao. Ji Yao's expression changed slightly. Her strength was only at rank 8 not long ago, but she was not afraid of those rank 9. Although Zhao Xingwu was very strong, she was not afraid. However, when Fang Ping rushed toward her, Ji Yao felt really uneasy. There were 2 rank 9 powerhouses by her side, but this did not give her a sense of security. Ji Yao saw that Fang Ping was walking toward her without a care in the world. She could not help but shout, "Fang Ping, what are you doing?" "Kill you." Fang Ping's eyes were blood-red as he said, "Ji Yao, you've taken my benefits, and you dare to turn your back on me. Even if I can't kill Qi Huanyu now, I'll kill him sooner or later. I'll kill you first." Ji Yao took a step back. Nearby, Hua Yu was also a little wary of Fang Ping. At this moment, he hurriedly called back the 2 level 9 guards who were guarding him and prepared to retreat. Seeing that Hua Yu was about to leave, Fang Ping yelled, "Hua Yu, leave that thing behind and I'll let you go. Otherwise, none of you will be leaving today." Hua Yu's expression was extremely stiff. Fang Ping's side did not have the upper hand. At this moment, the 3 monarch corpses were just messing around. The demon dragon was dealing with one, while Su Bing and the others were dealing with the other. Previously, they were also fighting one. In fact, they had already expressed their stance that they would not meddle in Fang Ping's affairs. In the end, Fang Ping took an inch and wanted a foot, becoming more and more arrogant. Fang Ping did not care about this. His aura was like a rainbow, and he quickly attacked Ji Yao and the others. The 2 rank 9 powerhouses did not waste any time either. With a roar, they attacked one after another. Fang Ping kicked out. The tip of his foot was like a sword, kicking through the void. Bang! With this kick, the rank 9 combat boots erupted with a dazzling light, and one of the people's arms was kicked until flesh and blood splattered. Both of their expressions changed slightly. One of them shouted in a low voice, "Your Highness, leave first!" Not only them, but the powerhouse who was Hua Yu's guardian also shouted, "Your Highness, leave first!" "Prince, leave!" Chang Shan-chi and the others also shouted. This place was getting more and more dangerous. It was so dangerous that they could no longer protect these important people now. Fong Ping grinned again. "Want to leave? Don't leave. Previously, all of you were so arrogant. Who do you think you are? You bunch of trash, relying on some T Emperor's protection. How dare you?" Fong Ping clamor. At this time, the supreme everlasting celestial prince who did not participate in the battle shouted, "Fong Ping, once the Emperor's tomb is broken, let's see if you can still be so arrogant." "Idiot. Don't worry. I will continue to be arrogant for you to see." At this moment, Fong Ping was really arrogant to the extreme. Ji Yao looked at his blood-red eyes and suddenly said, "You're affected by external forces." "No, it's just my nature." Fong Ping laughed and said, "I've been holding back for too long. I've long wanted to kill a few important people for fun. You people, what right do you have to scheme against us? What right do you have to despise us? We, the neo-martial artists, go through fire and water, live toward death. We've suffered more than you, suffered more injuries, and we've been fighting all our lives. It's fine if you people live like princes, but you still have to scheme against us. Despise us? What right do you have?" Fong Ping laughed. Which of the neo-martial artists who had reached rank 3 did not spend their days in constant battles? What right did these people have to despise, scheme, and look down on them? Each and every one of them regarded martial artists in the human world as ants. Did they deserve it? As he spoke, Fong Ping allowed one of them to slash his head. A stream of pale golden blood flowed down, but Fong Ping did not care. He held his saber with both hands and slashed horizontally. Bang! A rank 9 powerhouse was slashed in the waist. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. At this moment, the remaining man and demon in the gold house roared and gave it their all. Cracks began to appear in the gold house. These rank 9s had been attacking for a long time. Now that Fong Ping was dealing with 2 rank 9s, it gave them a chance. Zhao Xingwu, who was fighting Qi Huanyu, frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Fong Ping, enough is enough!" Fong Ping was arrogant earlier. He thought he was intimidating the others. But now he was not intimidating. This guy actually wanted everyone to stay. At the same time he attacked Jiao, he forced his way toward Huayu. This way he would have to deal with 6 rank 9s alone, and this was under the situation where 2 of them had been killed. Fong Ping was crazy. Fong Ping was not crazy. Right now he was clear-headed, but he was a little violent. These people deserved to die. He hated this feeling. Everyone had the attitude of treating everyone else as ants. Everyone thought that Earth was insignificant. If they wanted to kill them, they had to stick their heads out for them to chop off. On what basis? Indignation. Anger. You guys, cultivate your martial arts. We'll cultivate ours. If you want to walk the path of emperors, that's your business. If you can't walk the path of emperors, then you have to resign yourself to fate. Why must you plot against everyone? And this included himself. He was indignant. This time, although he had obtained Old Wang's heart, he had always been passive. Passively coming here, passively seizing the heart, passively absorbing the heart's energy, passively doing everything. He did not like this feeling. Like a mad demon, Fong Ping was fighting with 4 rank 9s in the blink of an eye. In the gold house, the 2 rank 9s were fighting so hard that the cracks in the house were getting bigger and bigger. It looked like they were about to break out of the house. The emperor's corpse that was attracted by Huayu and the rest earlier was also getting involved now, making the situation even more chaotic. At this moment, everyone saw a shocking scene. Fong Ping suddenly grabbed a rank 9, headbutting the other party madly. Bang, 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 explosion. Fong Ping allowed the others to attack him. More and more wounds appeared on his body, but he still managed to smash the other party's head. Golden blood and flesh burst out, splashing onto Fong Ping's face. Seeing how crazy Fong Ping was, Jiao and Hua Yu looked at each other. Without another word, they turned around and left. This guy was really crazy, and he was very scary. When Fong Ping went crazy, it made their hearts palpitate. At this moment, Old Wang and the rest walked out and saw this scene too. Old Wang frowned slightly and said softly, "This guy? I really thought he was calm in the face of all things." Ironhead rolled his eyes and said, "You've overestimated him. This guy is petty and unscrupulous. How can he be calm in the face of all things? But then again, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Old Wang shook his head lightly and said, "I'll be fine after venting a little. I've been holding it in." "What about you?" Tai Tu asked. Old Wang chuckled and said, "I'm not sullen. I live with an open mind. Actually, he's shouldering a lot of our pressure. He's the most promising prodigy of this era. He has to support MCMAU, the Heavenly Division, and even Sino Nation and humans. His life is actually more tiring than ours. If it weren't for him, do you think we'd be so relaxed now?" Many things were shouldered by Fong Ping. Among them, Fong Ping was the youngest, had the shortest time to practice martial arts, and did not have the best temperament. However, this guy was arrogant and conceited. He shouldered everything. He wanted nothing more than to take responsibility for everything and settle it all. On MCMEU's side, some people had died, but this guy wanted to kill his way through the catacombs and kill everyone. Wang Jinyang suddenly sighed softly. Being in the same era as Fong Ping was both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunately, they had a fool who was willing to hold up the sky. Unfortunately, they were also completely overshadowed by Fong Ping. Glory was also pressure. Old Wang could understand why Fong Ping was crazy and sullen now. Fong Ping was still conscious, which meant that he was not controlled by something in the heart's energy, but he still chose to indulge himself. This was different from Jiang Chao, who was completely out of control. Ironhead grinned and did not say anything else. He tossed the unconscious Jiang Chao and Jiang Hao aside, leaped into the air and headed straight for Fong Ping. He laughed loudly and said, "Come, let's indulge ourselves today. Does anyone dare to provoke this group of bastards?" As soon as he finished speaking, his divine armor appeared, and his iron fist shook the sky. He threw a punch at a rank 9 powerhouse. He did not block or defend, letting the other party hit him. At the same time, Wang Jinyang drew his bow again. A blood arrow shot out, a second, a third. Countless blood arrows danced in the air, shooting in that direction. Yao Chengjun also chuckled softly. The long spear suddenly turned into nothingness, disappearing into the air. The void fluctuated slightly. In the blink of an eye, a rank 9 powerhouse let out a muffled groan and growled, "Immortal deity attack, be careful!" They were all rank 8, but at this time they did not care about the difference in strength, joining forces to kill the rank 9 powerhouses. At the periphery of the crowd, Qin Fengqing watched for a while, rubbed his chin, and suddenly cursed. "They've become stronger again. All right, I can't pick up the corpses anymore. I have to find someone to kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Fong Ping, who was about to leave. Without another word, he rushed over with his saber. This guy did not even say a word now, just killing silently. Seeing this, Hua Yu cursed in his heart. These people must be crazy. He was a rank 8 martial artist who did not participate in the battle. Not only did Fong Ping clamor, but now even a rank 7 martial artist dared to attack him. The battle was getting more and more intense. At this moment, Tian Mu was no longer guarding the entrance. He quickly rushed toward Lu Ji. "D, you seem to be unable to hold on any longer." At this moment, the only one who was not involved was Wang Hanyue. Wang Hanyue looked at Wang Ruobing with concern. Wang Ruobing glanced at the chaos in the bedroom, shook her head, and said, "Let's go, we're not participating. I might have already gotten what father wanted me to get. Senior sister, let's go." Then, Wang Hanyue wanted to say more, but Wang Ruobing did not care and walked straight out. As she walked, she looked at Li Hansong and the rest, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Uncle Armor. I can't drag my father into this." She would not let Wang Hanyue take action, even if they might save her this time. But her father was old, reaching the end of his lifespan. She did not want her father to fight when he was old. The people here were all disciples of some great emperors. If they were killed, it would easily lead to emperor-level powerhouses taking action. Wang Ruobing sighed softly and walked out of Combat Heavenly Palace with Wang Hanyue. Although everyone saw it, no one stopped them. It would be best if Dragon Transformation did not participate. Moreover, Wang Ruobing was Dragon Transformation's most beloved descendant. It would be best if they did not have a conflict with her. Kill. Senior brother, save me. Ah. The sounds of killing were getting more and more intense. Fang Ping was bathed in blood. Like a mad demon, he teamed up with Old Wang and the rest and killed another rank 9 powerhouse. There were a total of 6 rank 9s who surrounded him before. In this short period of time, he killed another 2. At this moment, Chang Shanqi and the rest were also anxious. Not only that, everyone also felt some changes in the Emperor's tomb. Chang Shanqi shouted, "The Emperor's tomb is about to open completely. Everyone, hold them back. Don't let Fang Ping and the rest leave." On this trip to the Emperor's tomb, these people were here for the Emperor's corpse. This was actually secondary. The Emperor's corpse might not be able to be separated from the Tao. This time, many people's goal was the Sky Punishing Sword. But now, where was the Sky Punishing Sword? The underground palace was already collapsing. Everyone could see this. Fang Ping and the rest would not let go of the Sky Punishing Sword. Moreover, Fang Ping had controlled the Sky Punishing Sword before. That meant that the Sky Punishing Sword was most likely kept by Fang Ping. At this moment, the Emperor's tomb was about to open. They could not give Fang Ping a chance to escape. "Leave." Fang Ping grinned. "I won't leave. Don't worry, I won't leave until I kill all of you. A bunch of thieving people, like you think you're worthy of me escaping?" While he was talking, Tai Tu transmitted his voice. "Run. They're really going to continue. If we don't run, when the Emperor's tomb opens later, we'll be in big trouble. Are there any of our people outside?" Yao Chengjun also transmitted his voice rapidly. "Take the underground passageway. Didn't Jiang Chao say before that War King would meet us outside the passageway? Find the place first. When the Emperor's tomb collapses, we'll retreat immediately." Everyone coming here was not really unprepared. War King going to the passageway previously actually had the intention of meeting them. However, everyone probably did not expect that the current situation in the Emperor's tomb would develop somewhat unexpectedly. Fang Ping led everyone and became enemies with everyone. As for Diyu and Devil Swordsman, they were tricked by Fang Ping. Otherwise, these demons would also be enemies with Fang Ping's side now. Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. He suddenly looked at Devil Swordsman and Diyu and shouted coldly, "You guys self-destruct. Kill as many as you can." "Fang Ping." Old Wang shouted in a low voice, frowning slightly. He wanted to kill these demons, previously too. However, he was actually clear-headed now. These demons were just abandoned pawns that unquestionable Jian had thrown away. Now, these demons were still fighting for them, letting them self-destruct just like that. Although Old Wang knew that this was actually a good idea, he still could not bear it. Fang Ping took a deep breath and transmitted his voice. "I'm not crazy. I'm very clear-headed. These demons may or may not be innocent, but as long as they know that I'm a fake, unquestionable Jian, Old Wang, they are our enemies. I don't feel good either, but they only recognize unquestionable Jian. I don't want to leave any hidden dangers by my side. Impersonating unquestionable Jian and their master is more serious than killing them. Old Wang, I can't take the risk." Although Wang Jinyang could not bear it, he still agreed with Fang Ping's words at this time. These demons could not be left alive. They were unquestionable Jian's servants. They had not wavered for 1,000 years. They could not be reformed. Once Fang Ping was exposed, then their hatred for Fang Ping would definitely not rest until one of them died. Then kill them, but they might not self-destruct. As he spoke, Diu's mentality suddenly trembled for a while. He suddenly charged toward Lu Ji and self-destructed with a rumble. It was so straightforward that it was shocking. Master, this little demon can no longer listen to Master's teachings. Diu's slightly sad mentality fluctuation reverberated in the hall. Lu Ji spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. At this time, Tian Mu seized the opportunity. His iron fists bombarded, attacking hundreds of times in a row. Lu Ji's golden bones cracked and his internal organs shattered. At this time, Monster Swordsman was also eager to make a move. Li Wuji, who was fighting it, had his mentality fluctuating violently. You're crazy. Fang Ping might not be the demon emperor. This big water buffalo was also nervous at this time. They were all crazy. The humans and demons here today were all crazy. They were crazier than the demons in the Forbidden Sea. A powerhouse like Monster Swordsman was actually going to self-destruct just because of Fang Ping's command. If this went on, it might fall here. Li Wuji suddenly turned around and ran. He was not fighting anymore. Monster Swordsman was going to self-destruct. How could they still fight? As Li Wuji ran, Chang Shanqi and the rest also felt immense pressure. Li Wuji ran. Lu Ji was almost done for, and Fang Ping and the rest also had the absolute upper hand. At this moment, there were still 2 battles. The demon dragon was fighting an emperor's corpse. Su Bing and the rest were also surrounding and killing an emperor's corpse. However, in this situation, could these people really succeed? Qi Huanyu, who was fighting Zhao Xingwu, suddenly shouted, "Black Dragon, ignore the emperor's corpse. Kill Fang Ping and the rest." Hearing that, the demon dragon let out a low roar. It broke away from the emperor's corpse and quickly charged toward Fang Ping. At the same time, the long spear in Qi Huanyu's hand suddenly exploded. Fragments splattered everywhere, countless fragments shooting toward Zhao Xingwu. Qi Huanyu was like a long spear, shooting out violently, piercing Zhao Xingwu. At this time, unquestionable Jian's bedroom seemed to be unable to withstand such pressure. There was a faint cracking sound. Previously, everyone had fought for so long, but they could not destroy the bedroom. At this time, Qi Huanyu's aura was like a rainbow, incomparably sharp. He was like a long spear, as if he wanted to pierce through the bedroom. Even if they were not his target, the others also felt immense pressure and threat. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xingwu's gaze was solemn. He took a deep breath. At this time, the top-notch rank 9 divine saber that he had previously forged also suddenly exploded, fragments flying everywhere. I am the saber. Similar to Qi Huanyu, Zhao Xingwu also seemed to have transformed into a saber, incomparably sharp. The saber gleam directly pierced through the sky. 2 top-notch rank 9s fought desperately. Before their vitality force and energy force came into contact, the saber gleam and the spear gleam pierced through the bedroom. Crack! The walls of the bedroom began to crack, and the roof was directly overturned. 2 beams of light even pierced through the sky, breaking the seal of the emperor's tomb, forming a dazzling beam of light in the sky above the emperor's tomb. At this moment, in the bounded domain, Gong Yuzi was a little moved. These 2 people have not become true gods. As an emperor-level powerhouse, even he was surprised. This outburst of aura gave him the feeling that it was not weaker than the average true god. However, these 2 people did not give him the kind of pressure that a true god had. In the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, Zhang Tao was also a little surprised. Even Zhao Xingwu has come this far? What happened inside that these 2 people have already started to fight to the death? He was still a little surprised. Logically speaking, these two people would not go all out at this time and fight with all their might to this extent. However, these two people had come this far. Warlord could not be bothered with this. He frowned and said, "The Emperor's tomb is about to be broken. Little Zhang, can you handle it later? I seem to have sensed quite a lot of auras. They're all here for the Sky Punishing Sword to investigate the unquestionable sword," Zhang Tao said. At this time he looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sea and said with a smile, "The Sky Punishing Sword might not be here any more. As for the unquestionable sword, if he doesn't want to appear, it'll be hard for everyone to discover his whereabouts." Zhao Xingwu and Qi Huanyu erupted. Fang Ping ignored them and began to erupt too. Once the demon dragon arrived, Fang Ping could not care less anymore. The golden house exploded with a rumble. The human and demon trapped inside were blown to pieces directly. Old Wang and the rest rushed over quickly. In the blink of an eye, the human and demon's golden bodies were destroyed. Fang Ping's face was also pale. He cursed wildly. "I've broken my promise again. Demon Dragon, if you don't die this time, I'll kill you even if I have to go to Destiny City next time. And Qi Huanyu and Ji Yao, how dare you force me to this step?" A long time ago he had decided not to self-detonate his mentality. However, the situation was pressing. Again and again the golden house exploded. Fang Ping also went crazy. With a fierce roar, he brandished his Changdao and attacked the demon dragon directly. With a rumble, he self-detonated. The demon dragon was stunned. It had just arrived, but the other party was so unyielding. Not only did he self-detonate his mentality, but he also self-detonated his divine weapon. Uft! Fang Ping controlled the divine weapon to self-detonate. Even a powerhouse like the demon dragon was injured in an instant. In the blink of an eye, many bloody wounds appeared on its huge body. Fang Ping became more and more frenzied. He rushed over directly and appeared on the demon dragon's back in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he blasted out hundreds of punches. The demon dragon swept its claws, scratching Fang Ping's right leg into a bloody mess. During the previous frequent battles, Fang Ping's golden body strength did not seem to be as strong as before. Now that he was up against the monster dragon, he was injured in the blink of an eye. However, Fang Ping did not care. He continued to attack madly, punching and kicking. More and more wounds appeared on the devil dragon's body. Golden blood dripped continuously. On the other side, Lao Wang and the others were also fighting wildly. In the blink of an eye, they killed the heavily injured human and goblin on the spot. The remaining 2 rank 9s were actually a little terrified at this moment. Lunatic, a bunch of lunatics. These guys did not care about the severity of their injuries at all. They did not care at all whether they would be killed at all. Regardless of anything, they took advantage of the enemy's weakness to kill them. Just now, the 2 of them did not even have the time to rescue them in time. 2 injured rank 9s were killed by them. Not far away, Su Bing and the others, who were fighting the Emperor corpse, stopped and exchanged glances with each other. Fang Ping would not die here this time. He would go back, unless they did not return to the human world. Otherwise, with this lunatic's personality, wouldn't he find trouble with them when he returned? The next moment, Su Bing suddenly shouted, "Minister Fang, we're here to help you." Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed maniacally all of a sudden. That was it. The arrogant were afraid of the reckless, and the reckless were afraid of the reckless. I don't care about my life anymore. Are you guys afraid? A bunch of cowards. Do you dare to fight me to the end? In this day and age, you can't survive if you don't go crazy. Chapter 913. Monster swordsmen surround and kill the demon dragon. Fang Ping roared fiercely. As he spoke, he clenched his fists and grabbed the demon dragon's claws. With a roar, he threw the 20-meter-long demon dragon onto the sturdy ground with a back throw. Rumble. The ground rumbled. At this moment, Su Bing and the rest had also charged over. Fang Ping shouted, You guys hold the emperor corpses. Leave this guy to me and monster swordsman. The emperor corpses were causing trouble now, causing quite a bit of trouble. These emperor corpses' reactions were a little slow, but they were still very powerful. Zhao Xingwu and the rest could not take them down in a short time. However, with the rank 9 entanglement, the emperor corpses would not cause too much trouble, even if they were irrational. When Su Bing and the rest heard that, they breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor corpses were easier to deal with than the demon dragon. They were not careless. The 3 emperor corpses were now untangled. The rank 9 powerhouses split up and quickly lured the 3 emperor corpses to one side. At this moment, Wang Jinyang and the rest surrounded the remaining 2 rank 9 powerhouses. On Fang Ping's side, Li Wuji was escaping. Monster Swordsman was ready to self-destruct. Now that Fang Ping had spoken, he did not hesitate and rushed over quickly. Sword aura crisscrossed. Monster Swordsman turned into a sword, piercing through the demon dragon's back directly. The demon dragon was injured one after another, screaming miserably. Fang Ping self-destructed his divine weapon to injure it as soon as he arrived. He ignored his injuries and fought to the death with it. The back throw just now almost broke its spine. At this moment, Monster Swordsman, a powerhouse who was not weaker than it, was also disregarding his own life. The demon dragon was anxious. Temple Master. The demon dragon no longer transmitted its voice. Its beast roar was deafening, asking for help from Qi Huanyu. Qi Huanyu, who was fighting with Zhao Xingwu, was also livid. He roared, "Grandmasters, this bunch of trash!" There were many grandmasters, but now they were actually entangled and no one could help. Chang Shanqi, the youth from Nameless Mountain, and Lu Ji were all powerhouses, but now they were being suppressed by Fang Ping and the rest, unable to help. Especially Lu Ji, whose golden bones were broken by Tian Mu. He was in danger of dying at any time. Just as Qi Huanyu was roaring, Lu Ji suddenly flew backwards and sent Chang Shanqi a distance away with a palm strike. He stood in front of Tian Mu and escaped without a word. The moment Wang Hanyu saw him, she knew that Lu Ji could not be trusted. In ancient times, this person specialized in tricking his teammates. At this moment, their lives were in danger. As expected, Lu Ji began to betray his teammates again. Chang Shanqi was enraged. Lu Ji. He was originally fighting with Wu Chuan, but he did not expect Lu Ji to betray him at this time, betray him and escape. Chang Shanqi was furious. It was also a little sad. Fang Ping said that the grandmasters were nothing to be afraid of. It was really nothing to be afraid of. Greedy for life and afraid of death. After living for so long, who wasn't afraid of death? After being sealed for so many years, he treasured his life. It was the same as the catacombs martial artists. The catacombs martial artists had many powerhouses, and they were unwilling to let others take advantage of them. As for them, they had lived for a very long time. At a time like this, they were afraid of dying here. Boundless Force ran away, Lu Ji ran away, and Wang Hanyue refused to fight. The originally powerful alliance collapsed in the blink of an eye. Damn bastard! Chang Shanqi bellowed, but he had no choice but to fight Tian and Mu. In the blink of an eye, half of his arm was cut off by Wu Chuan's sword. Chang Shanqi's arm recovered quickly. At this time, Fang Ping hammered the devil dragon and shouted, "This is the last one to run. The rest of you stay." Lu Ji ran away. Boundless Force ran away. These guys destroyed his house of gold. If he did not kill a few of them, Fang Ping would not be able to vent his anger. At this moment, Old Man Li's eyes were slightly red. After hearing what was said, he laughed and said, "Kid, you said it. This old man is going all out today. You have to make it up to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword aura on Li Changxing's body was so strong that it was not weaker than Zhao Xingwu and Wu Chuan, who had just unleashed their qi. Broken longevity. This time, Li Changxing did not use the sky-piercing sword again. Instead, he used the martial arts that he had been training for all these years. In the past, when a rank 6 killed a rank 8, that sword was the longevity sword. That sword was the sword that he had nurtured for so many years. Now, he did not have too much time to nurture the sword. The longevity sword had been bleeding frequently. He did not have the foundation that he had nurtured for 10 years. However, at this time he who had entered the 9th forging state gave up on Li Zhan's sky-piercing sword art. Instead, he used his longevity sword art. Break! No, save me! At this moment, the nameless mountain youth was terrified beyond belief. Crack! Li Chongqing slashed a crack in the emperor's tomb. The emperor's tomb's space was special. In addition, it was still in combat heavenly palace. Even Qi Huanyu and the other person had not created a crack in the space until now. Of course, both of them had the intention of controlling it. However, Li Chongqing did not suppress it at this time. Vitality surged all over his body, and the longevity sword suddenly exploded. It shattered again. This was not the first time old man Li's rank 9 sword shattered. Previously, it was self-destruction. This time, it was like when he was rank 6. A rank 9 divine weapon could not withstand such pressure and exploded. Break! The voice echoed in combat heavenly palace. Sword Qi rushed to the sky. A sword gleam rose and broke through the emperor's tomb. A third pressure rose above the emperor's tomb. Crack! The void seemed to be shattered. This sword was incomparably fast. In the next second, old man Li's long sword shattered completely. The fragments lost their luster and fell to the ground. As the fragments fell to the ground, the nameless mountain youth was like a broken porcelain man, suddenly breaking into countless pieces. His golden body, including his mentality, dissipated completely at this moment. Old man Li spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. He chuckled and said, "Awesome! However, this old man is now crippled. You guys do as you see fit." One sword slashed a peerless rank 9. This was Li Chongsheng. This was the longevity swordsman. Chongshan Qi and the rest were completely terrified. Qi Huanyu, who was fighting with Zhao Xingwu, also had a change of expression. He suddenly sighed. The land of rebirth produces heroes. Our divine land martial artists are inferior. This was the first time this powerhouse, who was invincible below the true king, had lamented like this. Sai, the land of rebirth, really produced heroes. There was the martial king, the netherworld king. Then there was the longevity sword. Fang Ping and the rest. Previously, the longevity swordsman was overshadowed by Fang Ping. Even if his performance was extremely dazzling, many people ignored him. However, now, the powerhouse from the Forbidden Sea's nameless mountain was no weaker than Chongshan Qi and the rest. His vitality limit could reach about 300,000 calories. Such a peerless powerhouse could be said to be one step away from becoming a true king. Today he was slashed with one sword. His death was too shocking. Although Li Chongqing was also half crippled after one sword slash, at this moment, who still had the chance to kill him? He was restrained by Zhao Xingwu. The demon dragon was now almost killed by Fang Ping and Devil Swordsman. The others either ran away or died. Su Bing and the rest had the chance to kill. Did they dare? No. Su Bing and the rest were now focused on killing the emperor corpse. They did not say a word, afraid of causing a misunderstanding. They even deliberately avoided Li Chongqing's side. They did not expect that this person actually had the ability to slash the nameless mountain youth with one sword. That was a powerhouse from the depths of the Forbidden Sea, other than Qi Huanyu and Zhao Xingwu, who dared to say that they had the confidence to kill him. The nameless mountain youth was dead. Lu Ji and Li Wuji ran away. Fang Ping's side brought away the previous 4 rank 9s. Now they were all killed. In the blink of an eye, out of the 8 rank 9 powerhouses from Grandmaster and the Forbidden Sea, only Chongshan Qi was left. As for Tianmu and Wu Chuan, at this moment, the two of them joined forces and killed until Chang Shanqi's face was pale. At the outermost area of Combat Heavenly Palace, the rank 9 emperor who was about to escape Combat Heavenly Palace sensed the situation here. He was still shocked by old man Li's sword earlier. At this moment, he came to his senses and shouted, "Senior Chang'o! Get out of the emperor's tomb." Once they got out, someone would deal with Fang Ping and the rest. When that time came, it would not be them, but those true god powerhouses. Chang Shanqi was not far from becoming a true god. Initially, he thought that nothing would happen when he came in this time. Who knew that he would be in danger of dying at any time now? If he did not leave now, he would definitely die if he continued. Chang Shanqi also knew the situation. But Wu Chuan and Tianmu were too entangled. If not for Li Changsheng already having no more strength to fight, how could he have lasted until now? Hearing the young man's roar, Chang Shanqi's eyes revealed a hint of regret. Following that, he let out a low roar. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. A spear's shadow pierced through heaven and earth. With a sweep of the spear, both Tianmu and Wu Chuan were swept away. Human martial artists. Just you wait. The moment the spear's shadow appeared, Chang Shanqi had already escaped. However, his voice still lingered, incomparably resentful. That spear shadow just now was a wisp of great emperors will bestowed to him by the master of supreme everlasting heaven. This was used to help him break through to true God, opening up the true God great path. The last step was extremely difficult. He could only hope that the great emperor's spear of will could help him break through the last thin layer. Who knew that it would be used here today? It was almost impossible to count on the great emperor to reward him again. Chang Shanqi was incomparably resentful. At this moment, he suddenly screamed. His voice was ear-piercing. Just as he was escaping, unknowingly, Wang Jinyang's blood arrow had already condensed and formed. An arrow shot out, piercing through his head directly. Chang Shanqi's screams stopped abruptly. Following that, his head recovered. His face was deathly pale. He did not dare to say another ruthless word. His speed soared, converging with the young man outside Combat Heavenly Palace. Both of them did not even look back, fleeing rapidly. Just as Wu Chuan and the rest were about to chase after them, Fang Ping snorted coldly and roared, "Spare his worthless life. Go and capture Ji Yao and Hua Yu." At this moment, he had joined forces with Devil Swordsmen and also caused the monster dragon's monster body to collapse. They had the absolute upper hand. Fang Ping's face was covered in golden blood. Some of it was his, and some of it was the monster dragon's. However, he was still cold and fierce. He used both his fists and legs. Every time he attacked, he brought along a piece of flesh and blood. The monster dragon roared in pain. It was already somewhat unable to hold on. Its tail swept through the void again and again, hitting Fang Ping a few times. His golden body cracked slightly, but Fang Ping did not care. After a few times, the flesh and blood on its tail had completely disappeared, leaving only its long tailbone. In front, Ji Yao had almost reached the main entrance of Combat Heavenly Palace. At this moment, she suddenly turned around and said, "Fang Ping, I have no intention of being enemies with you. Grandpa Huan, you only wanted to advance to True King realm." Fang Ping sneered. His hand was like a sharp blade, one hand grabbing into the monster dragon's skull. An ear-piercing sound of friction rang throughout Combat Heavenly Palace. At the same time, he said lightly, "Ji Yao, at this time, is there any meaning in playing this game with me?" Ji Yao said in a low voice, "You can't kill the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon Guardian has protected the royal court for 1,000 years. It is also one of the strongest guardians of the royal court. If you kill the Black Dragon, even if the royal court of destiny is not willing to fight, they will have no choice but to wage all-out war with the land of rebirth. The Black Dragon Guardian is not like other true kings. It is a demon, and it is even more difficult to give birth to descendants. The black dragon is its only descendant. Fong Ping, you can't kill it. Then I must try to kill it. Fong Ping roared. His other hand stabbed into the monster dragon's big eye. With a splat, blood flowed everywhere. The monster dragon roared mournfully. Its fleshless tail swept through the void. Its sharp claws scratched Fong Ping until he was bleeding all over. Devil Swordsman also had countless branches broken. The struggling monster dragon could not get rid of Fong Ping at this moment. Fong Ping stabbed one hand into its skull and the other into its eye, fixing it in place. At this moment, one human and two demons, three powerhouses were in a small space. Flesh and blood collided. Flesh and blood collided. Golden blood and branches flew everywhere. Even when Ji Yao saw Wu Chuan and the other man, she did not leave. She shouted again, Fong Ping, do you really want to wage all-out war with the royal court of destiny and the guardian? The black dragon can't be killed. I will kill it today for you to see. Fong Ping roared and kicked out. His foot was like a knife. This kick pierced through the monster dragon's torso, revealing a blood-red, crystallized body inside. The core. At this point, how could Ji Yao not understand? It did not make sense now. Seeing this, she shouted, Grandpa Huanyu, save it! The black dragon could not die. The black dragon guardian stood on the Ji family side. But if it was killed in front of them, they would be in big trouble when they returned this time. Back then, they had already offended the Tiger King. But the Tiger King was not too strong, so it was not a big deal. The black dragon guardian, on the other hand, was extremely strong. It was not too far from emperor level. Also, in the guardian court, it had a lot of say. If the black dragon guardian died here, once the black dragon guardian turned hostile, the Ji family would be in big trouble. On the other side, Hua Yu did not utter a word. He sent Qin Feng Qing flying with his fan. Without another word, he ran away madly. Seeing this, Fong Ping shouted, Leave it, or you will die today. Hua Yu was really tactful. Without another word, a storage ring shot toward Fong Ping. Back in the land of King's battleground, he was also this easy to talk to. That was why the others died, but he did not. Handing over the storage ring, Hua Yu said as he ran, Spare Hua Ping's life. If he dies, I will have no one to support me and will not be a threat to Li Zhu. Fong Ping, Li Zhu is the biggest threat. If I don't die, the royal court will focus on fighting for the lord position. If I die, the royal court will not care about the lord position. The Sky Plant's royal court will soon enter a period of peace, and the land of rebirth will be in trouble. Out of the 2 rank 9s under his command, one had already been killed. At this time, only Hua Ping was struggling to hold off Old Wang, and the other 2. Alone, none of the 3 were Hua Ping's match. But with the 3 of them working together, with Li Hansong in charge of defense, Hua Ping could not escape. Hua Yu said quickly. He was already running away from combat Heavenly Palace. He shouted again, Spare Hua Ping, he is not a threat. When I return, I will exchange 10 birch fruits for your mercy. Fong Ping suddenly laughed. Hua Yu, you are interesting. Very interesting. Other than Li Zhu, you are quite something in the Sky Plant's royal court. If you were stronger, a real villain like you would be more dangerous. Fine, I will spare your life. You better be stronger. I really hope to see you become an emperor-level powerhouse. Let's see who will kill who, you or Li Zhu. Old Wang, let him go. Hearing this, Old Wang and the other 2 did not say anything and stopped. Hua Ping also did not say a word, turning around and running. Seeing this, Hua Yu sighed in relief. He smiled. Fong Ping, we can trade. I won't fight for the item. You have the Emperor Corpse. If you can strip it of Dao, we can talk. If you want me to help you restrain Li Zhu, you have to make me stronger. We can talk. Don't worry, I am more tactful than Ji Yao. As long as you are confident that you can suppress me, as long as I admit that I am not as good as you, Huayu will never be enemies with the land of rebirth. Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed again and kicked, cracking the monster dragon's heart core. It roared madly. Good. Huayu, I will kill you the next time you go back on your word. Huayu sighed. These words he could not respond. He had been dealing with the emperor corpse before, but you, Fang Ping, insisted on coming over and forcing them to participate in the battle. Now, he was the one who insisted on going back on his word. Unfortunately, there was no reasoning with this kind of lunatic. Huayu did not say anything. When Hua Ping arrived, the two of them fled at top speed. Wang Hanyue and Wang Ruobing left. Hua Yu and Hua Ping left. Chang Shanqi took the supreme, everlasting fusion emperor's son and fled. Lu Ji also fled. At this point, the only ones left were Ji Yao's group. At this time, Tian Mu and Wu Chuan had already rushed to Ji Yao's side. Ji Yao, however, did not move. She shouted again, "Black Dragon, and I will die here." This time, the two great courts will not sit idly by. Fang Ping is crazy. I do not wish to talk to him. Guardian Wu, General Tian, the two of you are the land of rebirth's higher-ups. You should not be like Fang Ping. You should know that the Destiny Royal Court has not contributed. This time, Grandpa Huan Yu only wanted to break through. Now that the Emperor's tomb is about to be destroyed, do you have the confidence to keep Grandpa Huan Yu here? Once the Emperor's tomb is destroyed and you are still here, if I die, you will also die. To the royal court, although Ji Yao is important, she is not. As for you, you are the core strength of the land of rebirth. Once you die here, you know better than Ji Yao who is more important. Wu Chuan and Tian Mu looked at each other. They had to admit that these words had hit the nail on the head. This time, Fang Ping crushed the black dragon's core with a kick. Not far away, Qi Huanyu roared and turned into a spear. He sent Zhao Xingwu flying with one strike. He shouted, "Fang Ping, do you really want to fight to the end? Old thing, I told you nicely before, but you didn't listen. Now you want to play this game with me?" Fang Ping sneered. "Ji Yao, this game you're playing is the same as mine. So what if I kill you? A true king can die. Do you really think a life king will fight to the death with us for you? You overestimate yourself. Who do you think you are, Ji Yao? I, Fang Ping, am qualified to lead an emperor-level powerhouse to attack. Who do you think you are?" As he said that, Fang Ping inserted one hand into the demon dragon's body. Blood splattered everywhere. He said indifferently, "You want to live? Easy. I, Fang Ping, like to see you jumping around. Come, leave all the divine weapons and storage rings behind. Qi Huanyu, this old thing, leave first. You, Jiao, come with me. Life King is probably waiting outside, right? Let's see if he wants you, his granddaughter, and if he will stop for you. Don't you dare!" Qi Huanyu roared. He no longer cared about Zhao Xingwu. His body was like a spear, and the spear was like a dragon. A giant dragon broke through the void, appeared from the spatial rift, and headed straight for Fang Ping. Behind him, Zhao Xingwu also let out a fierce roar. A towering saber shadow appeared and slashed down directly. At the same time, Zhao Xingwu also shouted, "Fang Ping, let them go!" He could not break through the realm here. If he did not break through the realm, Qi Huanyu could not kill him. If he could not kill Qi Huanyu, then they would continue to be entangled here and fight to the death. In the end, there would be no benefits. However, Fang Ping did not care. He looked at Jiao again and said with a smile, "All right, Alliance leader Zhao has spoken. I'll give you a chance. Leave the things and get lost." As he said that, he laughed out loud. "You don't want a good cooperation, but you insist on going against me. I told you long ago that you don't have the right." Ji Yao looked at him coldly. How many times had it been? Every time she thought she had a chance, she would lose in the end. Time and time again. However, at this moment, the mysterious dragon was about to be completely killed. The mysterious dragon could not die. Initially, she thought that everything would not be a problem if Qi Huanyu followed her in, who knew that Zhao Xingwu was also strong to this extent. The key was that Zhao Xingwu did not have any scruples here. After entering, he helped Fang Ping's side. Before this, no one had considered this. Even if Zhao Xingwu attacked, in their opinion, there would be some taboo. Thinking about it, Ji Yao did not say a word. She took off her storage ring and threw it on the ground casually. Let go of the mysterious dragon. Fang Ping grinned. I'm still short of a peak rank 9 monster's corpse as spoils of war. You dared to kill it? As she spoke, Fang Ping inserted one hand into the mysterious dragon's head. The next moment, he pulled out a crystal-like crystallization. The brain core. The monster dragon whose core was shattered was no longer able to fight back, but it did not die. At this moment, it still had consciousness. Initially, it thought that if Ji Yao compromised, it could live. So at this time, the monster dragon did not dare to resist. Who knew that Fang Ping would directly pull out its brain core? Above the brain core, a small golden dragon suddenly appeared, its mentality fluctuating violently. You can't kill me. My father is the mysterious dragon, true king. Crack! Before it finished speaking, Fang Ping directly crushed the brain core. Bang! The giant monster dragon's corpse fell to the ground. Ji Yao was stunned. Qi Huanyu was also stunned. Tian Mu and the others also frowned slightly, but they did not speak. Fang Ping really killed the mysterious dragon. Fang Ping smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the monster dragon's corpse entered the storage ring. Fang Ping shook the blood on his hand and smiled lightly. I killed it. What can you do? Now, either you get lost or continue to fight with me. 3 seconds. If you're still here, I will definitely kill you today. 3. Ji Yao did not say a word. She turned around and left. Qi Huanyu's aura was incomparably strong. At this moment, he had returned to his original appearance. His beard and hair were standing on end, and he could not restrain his anger. He gave Fang Ping a deep look and quickly flew into the sky. Zhao Xingwu glanced at Fang Ping as if he wanted to say something. Fang Ping smiled lightly. It's okay. After killing this dragon, that old fellow black dragon will not look for me first. Even if it is me, the Ji family will also suffer. He was not afraid of Ji Yao's threat at all. If he killed it, so be it. Would Black Dragon really make a move? Ji Yao was not dead. Qi Huanyu was not dead. With such powerhouses as protectors and the mysterious dragon dead, it was uncertain who Black Dragon would look for trouble with. Zhao Xingwu thought about it and felt that it was not a bad idea. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Ping said again, Be careful, Alliance Leader Zhao. After you go back this time, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. I, Fang Ping, will take care of the Zhao family of Mount Wangwu and the entire Mount Wangwu sect. Thank you. Zhao Xingwu said these 2 words and did not say anything else. Like a saber, he broke through the air and left, creating a ripple in the space. At this moment, Su Bing and the others were also frightened and uneasy. Fang Ping glanced at them and said coldly, Everyone from the Tian division, you should retreat. We'll talk after we go back. Su Bing smiled and said, Then Minister Fang, Guardian Wu, please be careful. I'll take my leave first. The few of them defeated the Emperor's corpse one after another and fled without another word. Qin Fengqing also sneered and left with the others. The 3 Emperor's corpses, without opponents, attacked Fang Ping and the others again. However, Fang Ping took a step back and avoided the attack. He looked at the others and said, Go! Let's go out first and let Old Wang take away combat Heavenly Palace. These Emperor's corpses are not alive. We can take them away together. During the battle just now, Old Wang had already said that he could take away combat Heavenly Palace. Therefore, Fang Ping was not worried that these Emperor's corpses would be difficult to deal with. He could just take them away together. At this time, Wu Chuan quickly transmitted his voice. What about Monster Swordsman? This demon was not dead. He was now following Fang Ping. Although his injuries were not light, he was still alive. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Monster Swordsman had fought the demon dragon earlier and was seriously injured. Fang Ping could successfully kill the demon dragon, partly because Monster Swordsman was not afraid of death and blocked the demon dragon's killing move several times. Let's go out first. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. If Monster Swordsman had self-destructed, then he would have died. But now, did they have to join forces to kill it? The other party was like a puppy following behind him. How could he kill it? This is troublesome. Fang Ping sighed in his heart again. He did not say anything else and walked out of Combat Heavenly Palace. After a while, Old Wang's Sanjiao Gate opened. With a roar, a large amount of vitality force surged out and enveloped Combat Heavenly Palace. With another roar, the entire Combat Heavenly Palace soared into the sky and gradually turned invisible, flying toward his gate of life. Crack! At this moment, it was as if something was broken. In the sky above the Emperor's tomb, the black cracks had gradually dissipated, cracked, and disappeared. The Emperor's tomb was about to open completely. Chapter 9:14. The cracks around the Emperor's tomb gradually disappeared. The Battle Heavenly Palace was like the center of the Dharch tomb. If the center was taken away, the entire Dharch tomb would collapse. Fang Ping scanned his surroundings. At this moment, there was no one around them. The others were either dead or had run away. Only they were left. Taking another look at Devil Swordsman, Fang Ping said mildly, "You go out first and bring the Mount Royal Sea monsters away. Return to Mount Royal Sea. When I need your help, I'll look for you." "Master!" Demon Swordsman's psyche fluctuated as he said restlessly, "Master, Jenny wants to continue following you. You're not qualified yet. My enemies are not these people today." Fang Ping waved his hand and growled, "Go!" Hearing Fang Ping's cold and harsh tone, Devil Swordsman dared not stay any longer. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Then the sword will return to Mount Royal Sea and wait for master summons." Fang Ping did not reply. One sword did not dare to say anything else either. He took to the air and left quickly. Once it left, Lao Wang quickly asked, "Are we going to the underground tunnel now?" The Combat Heavenly Palace had been taken away, and almost everything in the Emperor's tomb had been taken away by Fang Ping's side. Now that some people had gone out, these people were the losers. Everyone would have their eyes on Fang Ping and the others. Heaven Punishing Sword, Monarch Corpse, Combat Heavenly Palace, many people wanted these things. This did not include the fact that Fang Ping had pretended to be unquestionable Jian. He had a great time pretending to be them. But now that those people had left, there was no need to ask. They would definitely inform the experts outside. Unquestionable Sword had killed so many great emperors in the past. Fang Ping was Unquestionable Sword's reincarnation. How could these people ignore it? Previously, no one was sure, but now, even if they were uncertain, they had to be sure. Even if someone had doubts, they would kill Fang Ping first. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to leave. At this moment, he was calling out to the old cat in his mind. "Brother Cat, are you there? Brother Cat, answer the phone." "Brother Cat!" Fang Ping shouted for a long time before he heard the cat panting. The image of the cat sticking out its tongue suddenly appeared in Fang Ping's mind. This fat cat seemed to be very tired. It said tiredly, "Liar, this cat can't sleep. It's over, it's over. Both the water buffalo and the crow want to kill me. It's over, it's over." "Liar, so what? You already owe me 1 billion. The cat panted heavily as he spoke. Miscalculation. As soon as the water buffalo arrived, the big crow immediately informed him that it must be the work of the ash cat. The water buffalo did not doubt it at all. In fact, it had already thought of the cat halfway through its journey. Therefore, the two emperor-level masters turned the sea upside down. They wanted to find the ash cat and beat it to death. It was time to settle old and new grudges. Although Fong Ping did not know about this, he knew that the cat was probably in trouble. He said hurriedly, "Then let's cut the crap. Is there any secret past between unquestionable Jian's master and unquestionable Jian? Or is there any unique communication method?" "Ah? Liar, why are you asking this?" The cat asked in a daze. "I'm chatting with Gong Yuzi." "Liar, are you going to cheat me?" "Nonsense." Fong Ping denied it. "Tell me quickly, brother cat. Have you forgotten that you're being hunted down by enemies?" "Yes." "Meow. I'll eat a whole cow feast sooner or later. I don't want to eat the big crow. It looks disgusting." The cat quickly changed the topic to food. Fong Ping urged it a few times before the cat remembered its business. It said hesitantly, "Secret. Secret. Let me think. Oh, I think Little Sword said before. He was disobedient when he was young, and his master spanked his, but is that a secret?" Fong Ping was speechless. He asked hurriedly, "What else?" Oh, I think there's more. Gong Yuzi likes to eat chicken, but Little Sword used to bring this back for him to eat, secretly. The cat's big eyes narrowed, suddenly snickering. This was a secret, because it was related to food it remembered. Once it was curious and thought it was delicious, so it ate a little secretly. As a result, the cat almost vomited after eating a piece. Fong Ping paused, saying quickly, "I know, brother cat. Run. Don't get caught." "Yes, I'm running, meow." "Little chubby face, don't move." "I'm running." The cat's voice disappeared abruptly. Fong Ping's expression changed. F***CK, this cat brought Fong Yuan here? This stupid cat. It was fine if it wanted to die, but it was messing around. There was a high chance that the cat would not die. This fellow had a lot of tricks up its sleeves. It could survive from ancient times until now. If it did not have any tricks up its sleeves, how could it survive just by sleeping? However, Fong Ping was only rank 4. If an emperor-level powerhouse chased after him, even the slightest ripple would definitely kill him. Fong Ping wanted to say a few words, but when he thought that the cat was not very reliable and might communicate with him while sleeping, Fong Ping quickly dismissed the idea. Suppressing the worry in his heart, Fong Ping cursed in his heart. He would settle the score with this cat later. The sober Fong Ping looked at the crowd, then at the Jiang brothers who were knocked out, saying quickly, "You guys go to the passageway and see if Warlord is there." "What about you? Just say that everything is with me." "It's okay. They also know that the thing is most likely with me. It's safer for me to be alone. You guys go back to the surface first. I still have things to do." "Fong Ping," Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, that time in Tianan, "in order to save my instructor. I've already caused big trouble. This time it's also because of me. Combat Heavenly Palace is with me. Fong Ping said impatiently, "Stop it. Do you have the ability to escape? Stop talking nonsense. Emperor's Tomb is about to open. Go quickly. Without you guys here, it's easier for me to leave here. Otherwise, if there are too many people, even if I hide my aura, I'll be easily exposed." Wang Jinyang's expression changed for a while. Then he said quickly, "Okay, then we'll go first. You be careful." "Don't worry." Wu Chuan and the others were also straightforward people. Fong Ping's ability to escape was indeed stronger than theirs. Next would probably be the battle on the summit. Even if they stayed, it would not help. They did not talk nonsense anymore, quickly running toward the other side of Emperor's Tomb. That was the direction that led to Mount Imperial Sea. The underground passageway should be there. Fong Ping waited for a moment, waiting for them to disappear, suddenly soaring into the sky. At this moment, in the sky above Emperor's Tomb, most of the cracks had already disappeared. Fong Ping stood high in the sky, smiling. "Master, can you hear me?" There was no sound. Only the sound of cracks, like bubbles bursting, could be heard. Fong Ping smiled again. "Master, Q-Sword brought you your favorite chicken buttocks. Do you want to eat some?" At this moment, a slightly surprised voice was heard. You're not Q-Sword. I don't know." Fong Ping smiled. I only have some memory fragments. I only remember that Master loves to eat chicken buttocks the most. When I went out in the past, I often brought these for Master. I don't know if the person in my memory is you. I just want to try. In the bounded zone. Gong Yuzi was stunned. Q-Sword? It was him. How could it be? He had not seen Unquestionable Sword for many years. But he had guessed. He had guessed many people except for Fong Ping. Actually, all these years he did not pay much attention to the news of the outside world. A few decades ago he still paid some attention. In his opinion, a few decades ago his disciple was already making arrangements. It could not be these young people. Even if they had really reincarnated, they would be figures of Zhang Tao's generation. But now this person actually revealed some secrets. This was really a secret. A dignified emperor-level powerhouse loved to eat this. If word got out, it would be a joke. Even Unquestionable Sword only found out about this by chance. Gong Yuzi would not tell anyone at all. What else do you remember? Gong Yuzi asked in a low voice. I don't remember much. Fong Ping smiled, saying, most of what I remember is still the old cat, and some of the times I spent with Master, very, very little. In my memory, the time I miss the most is still those days when I went fishing with the old cat, so leisurely, so carefree. Gong Yuzi's expression was complicated. Yes, in Q-Sword's life, that was probably the most leisurely time. Carefree, and without worries. Sightseeing, eating some delicious food, fishing, catching some demonic beasts. After that, there would never be such a leisurely time again in his life. What's your name now? Fong Ping. Fong Ping could not see Gong Yuzi, but he did not mind, smiling again. I'm now Sino Nation's Minister of Heaven, the same rank as Zhang Tao, also the third generation leader of the Neo-Martial Era. The first generation was guarded by Chan and Xin, the second generation was guarded by Zhang Tao and a few others. Fong Ping considered himself the third generation leader, not boasting. At this moment, Gong Yuzi felt a little complicated. The third generation leader? Such a prodigy. Was he really Q-Sword? Q-Sword was also so outstanding. A long, long time ago, he was hailed as the leader of the sect era. He was also the first powerhouse to enter the true god level in the sect era. Gong Yuzi could not be sure at the moment. This was different from what he imagined, but something sounded very similar to Q-Sword. Fong Ping smiled again, saying, I have a title, Devil King Fong Ping. I don't know if Master knows, a few days ago, the Land Realm sent a message saying that I'm wanted, saying that I'm the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor. Actually, I'm not sure myself. I'm just a little curious about what Purple Cap Mountain looks like, curious about the somewhat illusory figure in my memory, the powerhouse who likes to eat chicken, but previously Mount Royal Sea's One Sword and the Tree Emperor clan suddenly fought to the death for me. The Tree Emperor clan was completely annihilated. I'm a little confused. I also want to know, am I really Unquestionable Jian? Fong Ping let out a sigh, saying self-deprecatingly, I hate Unquestionable Jian very much. I don't want to be him. During the trip to Emperor's Tomb, Unquestionable Jian's image in my heart was completely shattered. I don't want to be him. But sometimes maybe the person I hate is myself. How ridiculous. The space rifts were becoming fewer and fewer. Gong Yuzi's emotions became more and more complicated, saying only after a long time, I can't be sure either. Fong Ping, Emperor's Tomb is about to shatter. There are many powerhouses in the outside world now. I think someone escaped from this place earlier. They know your Q-Sword? Fong Ping smiled bitterly, saying they should know. This time it's a little too obvious. Actually, I have a suspicion. Maybe I'm not Unquestionable Jian. Unquestionable Jian is scheming against me. He wants everyone to think that I'm Unquestionable Jian. The Tree Emperor clan is fighting to the death for me. Sky Punishing Sword was also acting strangely earlier, but I can actually control it. All these prove that I'm Unquestionable Jian. I thought you knew, Senior, so I purposely tested you just now. I didn't expect. Even Senior can't be sure. Fong Ping, who had called him Master earlier, was now calling him Senior. Gong Yuzi asked hurriedly, "Where's Sky Punishing Sword?" "I don't know, it disappeared." Fong Ping sighed again, saying, "That's why I suspect that I've been used." "Where did Sky Punishing Sword go?" "Senior, can you clear up Fong Ping's doubts? Am I unquestionable Jian or not?" Gong Yuzi was silent. He did not know. Maybe it was really Q-Sword's scheme, deliberately disguising this person as himself. No matter what, Fong Ping was worth saving. Thinking of this, Gong Yuzi said quickly, "Whether it is or not, we can talk about this later. Now that you've come to Purple Cap Mountain, the array is not completely shattered yet. They can't break through Purple Cap Mountain's outer seal in a short time. I'll think of a way to send you away." "Leave," Fong Ping said as if he was talking in his sleep. "After leaving Emperor's Tomb this time, will there still be a place for me in this big world? I don't care if it's unquestionable Jian or not. After this time, it will be confirmed that it's him. Returning to the human world, there might be endless trouble. Save your life first." As Gong Yuzi said this, the crack above Emperor's Tomb had already disappeared completely. "Come in quickly." At this moment, above Emperor's Tomb, a transparent seal appeared, opening a small opening. Gong Yuzi said quickly, "Quick, once Emperor's Tomb is broken, they will all discover your existence." Fong Ping took a look at the small opening, smiled, soared into the air, and squeezed into the small opening directly. Fong Ping also knew about the situation of the bounded zone seal. It was better for those who were not at the pinnacle to enter and exit, but after a few times, it would easily cause the seal to break. Previously, when the cat came out, there was no way to go back because it was afraid that the seal would be completely broken. However, Fong Ping's strength had not reached that level, so it was not a big problem for him to enter and exit. Just as Fong Ping entered the interior of Purple Cap Mountain, in the next moment there was a loud bang, resounding through the entire bounded zone. Emperor's Tomb exploded. Large patches of blood color began to dissipate. The black cracks were vanishing one by one. The entire Emperor's Tomb began to shrink and collapse. Emperor's Tomb was built on the bounded zone, yet it formed its own space as if it was another world. But now the previously blood-red world and blood-red soil were all collapsing. Outside Imperial Sea Mountain, a powerhouse murmured, "Emperor's Tomb is broken. Where's the unquestionable sword? Where's the sky-crushing sword?" At the same time, it seemed that a powerhouse sensed something. Very soon, someone's voice was flat, but it spread thousands of miles. "Someone is crossing the sea." Who came out? Ji Yao's group had just left Emperor's Tomb not long ago, and were crossing the Forbidden Sea, preparing to return to the outer realm. In the next moment, in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, streams of qi activity rose. At the same time, inside Imperial Sea Mountain, in the underground passage, Warlord rushed over again. Previously, there was a boundary wall blocking the way, but now that the Emperor's Tomb was broken, those things that were blocking the way had all dissipated. The ultimate kill array inside Emperor's Tomb also disappeared along with the sky-crushing sword, the heart, and the combat heavenly palace. All dissipated. Warlord had already seen Wu Chuan and the others. After a glance, he frowned immediately. Where was Fong Ping? As for the two descendants, they were both alive, so he did not look at them much. But where did Fong Ping go? If this guy died here, Zhang Tao would definitely find trouble with him this time. After all, Emperor's Tomb was created by Purple Cap Mountain, and he had previously agreed to protect these kids. Where's Fong Ping? The moment the Emperor's Tomb was completely broken, Warlord had already met them. Just as he finished asking, Warlord suddenly looked up. The passage above was the entire Purple Cap Mountain seal. He could not see through it, but he seemed to vaguely see a figure soaring into the sky and disappearing. Fong Ping said he will find a way to leave. Wu Chuan said quickly, "Senior, let's retreat first. Changsheng and the others are unable to fight anymore. We must send them back to the ground immediately." Li Changsheng and the Jiang brothers were now unable to fight anymore. Even if they were, their strength was not enough to participate in the following dispute. At this moment, it was safer to go back first. This kid, Warlord frowned. He will find a way to leave? How to leave? There was no time to think too much. Warlord had already felt some powerhouses, chi activity rising. His big hand suddenly expanded countless times, grasping everyone in his hand in an instant, turning around and leaving. Just as they left the passage on the mountain peak opposite Imperial Sea Mountain, someone said coldly, "Warlord, we have been waiting for a long time." At this time, Wu Chuan shouted, "We didn't get anything. The things are with Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not leave with us." At this moment, there was not one person guarding the peak of Imperial Sea Mountain, but 3 people. The 3 people's chi activity was extremely strong. The rift on the peak of Imperial Sea Mountain swept past them, almost unable to get close. 3 peerless powerhouses. At this moment, on the mountain peak, another figure appeared. Zhang Tao said with a faint smile, "They said they didn't take it, so they didn't. You guys won't be calculative with these juniors, right?" During the conversation, another figure strode leisurely, breaking through the void, walking in the darkness, exiting the spatial rift in the blink of an eye, appearing on top of Imperial Sea Mountain. The person who came was Life King. Life King glanced at Warlord, then looked at Wang Jinyang and the others, saying mildly, "Is Fong Ping still hiding in the bounded domain?" Having said that, he said with a faint smile, "Fong Ping can change his aura. You guys, are you sure none of you is Fong Ping in disguise?" When they said that the things were with Fong Ping, Life King believed them. However, the key point was that Fong Ping was not among these people. There were more and more people. At the Forbidden Sea, opposite the bounded domain, there were also people crossing the river at this moment. The first to cross the river were Wang Ruobing and Wang Hanyue, these 2 people. The 2 people had just crossed the river when a figure passed directly through Imperial Sea Mountain, appearing directly beside the 2 people. Zhang Tao, these people also sensed it. Previously, such a powerhouse passing through Imperial Sea Mountain, that was absolutely not allowed. But Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation went over. Zhang Tao did not say anything either. Now that even the Forbidden Sea had Emperor-level powerhouses rushing over, sealing off Imperial Sea Mountain was not too meaningful. As long as these people did not pass through the passageway, Zhang Tao was not willing to care about these either. Furthermore, there were also human powerhouses holding down the fort outside the passageway at this time. Zhang Tao was not too worried either. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation had just rushed over and had yet to open his mouth when 7 to 8 streaks of mentality enveloped over in the next instant. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation gave a cold snort. These people actually dared to emit spiritual consciousness in front of him. But at this time, there were quite a number of powerhouses. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation still suppressed his anger, looking at his daughter, his gaze moving slightly. His daughter's overflowing life source seemed to be no longer spilling out. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was somewhat surprised in his heart and also somewhat in disbelief. Did he really seize the treasure? Wang Hanyue also felt the pressure from all directions, her complexion turning pale as she quickly said, "Master, junior sister, and I didn't get anything. When we left, they were currently fighting. Inside the Emperor's tomb indeed has the Heaven Exterminating Sword, as well as several complete Emperor corpses, and Combat Heavenly Palace." Combat Heavenly Palace? Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was somewhat surprised and said in surprise, "Why is Heavenly Dharch-Battle's residence here?" Heavenly Dharch-Battle. At this time, near Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation, a phantom appeared. It was an old man wearing a crown on his head. His specific appearance could not be seen clearly as he slowly said, "Inside is Combat Heavenly Palace." Yes. The old man looked at Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation and said in a weathered voice, "Heavenly Dharch-Battle." This old man didn't think that Heavenly Tharch Battle's palace would appear here. Unquestionable swords. Luck is good. I wonder if there are any remnants of heavenly Tharch Battle left behind in combat Heavenly Palace. As he spoke, a dazzling divine light suddenly burst out of the old man's phantom eyes as he looked at the Emperor's tomb on the opposite shore. Soon, he said softly, empty it has already collapsed. Since Heavenly Tharch Battle left behind Heavenly Tharch Battle, it won't collapse here and be taken away by others. At this time, another middle-aged phantom appeared and said with slight confusion, Heavenly Tharch Battle? This Emperor seems to have heard of it. The old man and Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation ignored him. Those who didn't know about Heavenly Tharch Battle were the difference in status and generation. Although Heavenly Tharch Battle wasn't famous in the Heaven Realm, those who lived through that era all knew him. Of course, those who were qualified to participate in the Heavenly Court's banquet were ancient emperors. Of course, those who were qualified to participate in the banquet were ancient emperors. Back then, even true gods weren't qualified to participate because they weren't qualified. Those emperors had seen Heavenly Thearka's prestige, dominance, and strength. However, the emperors who came later didn't know any of this. Many Outer Heavens emperors were only true gods back then and weren't qualified to know these things, so no one would say it. No one dared to say anything about the fight between the sovereigns and the few supreme emperors. Even though the sovereigns and the supreme emperors had disappeared in the long river of history, no one would mention these things. The middle-aged, venerable emperor didn't mind being ignored by the two. This old man and Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation were the most ancient emperors and didn't fit in with them. It had been like this since the Celestial Demon era, so they didn't bother to say anything. While they were talking, someone else came out. It wasn't a human, but a monster. Li Wuji directly entered the Forbidden Sea, not even daring to look at those people on the other side. He prayed for the ancestral patriarch to come quickly. However, after waiting for a long time, the ancestral patriarch didn't show up. Li Wuji was very nervous, but he didn't dare to leave just like this. He was so nervous that he almost suffocated. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation glanced at the small water buffalo and said calmly, "The water buffalo was hooked away. Did you take the thing?" Li Wuji was stunned for a moment. Hooked away? What did he mean? Although confused, Li Wuji hurriedly transmitted his voice. No. Wuji was forced to retreat. Before Wuji left, the human world martial artists were still fighting with the remnants of the earthly emperor god dynasty. Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation looked into the distance and said calmly, "Those who should have come out have come out. Those who didn't are probably dead." As soon as these words came out, many mentality fluctuated. In the blink of an eye, there were many shadows nearby. In the sky above the Forbidden Sea, there was even one more shadow. Someone said calmly, "Where is my disciple?" At this time, Qi Huanyu, who had just arrived carrying Jiao, said loudly, "Other than us, the rest were all killed by Fong Ping and the others. Combat Heavenly Palace, Sky-Crushing Sword Emperor's corpse. All of them were taken away by Fong Ping and the others. Fong Ping is the reincarnation of a demon emperor. He subdued the Emperor Blood Tree clan and the Mount Royal Sea monster clan. This was all Fong Ping's plan." As he said, he glanced at Zhao Xingwu, who had just arrived behind him, and said coldly, "Skyplant's Royal Court's Left Commander, always thinking about the resurrected martial artists. Left Commander contributed a lot this time." On the other side of the river, Skyplant's Royal Court powerhouses had also arrived. King Hua's shadow appeared and looked at Zhao Xingwu. Zhao Xingwu said unusually calmly, "I will only fight Qi Huanyu. I will not participate in other matters." King Hua said indifferently, "Where are the things?" Fong Ping took them away. Fong Ping. At this moment, these powerhouses remembered this name. Everything was taken away by Fong Ping, including Mount Royal Sea. All the powerhouses were clear that everything in the Emperor's tomb had been taken away by one person. This was beyond their expectations. Qi Huanyu, Zhao Xingwu, and the other powerhouses had entered, but they had gained nothing. In the sky above the Forbidden Sea, the emperor-level powerhouse from Nameless Mountain was overflowing with cold air. Dead. They were all dead. Other than these people, everyone else was dead. Needless to say, his disciple was also dead. In Mount Royal Sea's direction, Fate King only looked at Ji Yao at first. Then his expression changed slightly. Where was the Black Dragon? The Black Dragon Guardian was his old friend. Where had the Black Dragon's only descendant gone? At this moment, Ji Yao's voice was icy as she shouted, "Imperial Ancestor, the Black Dragon has been killed by Fang Ping. I hope that Imperial Ancestor can kill Fang Ping." The Black Dragon was killed. Fate King's eyes suddenly turned cold. Damn it! How did Qi Huanyu do things? The Black Dragon, Qi Huanyu, these two were the top powerhouses below the true king. They should have been the strongest forces on Destiny Royal Court's side. In the end, not only did they gain nothing, but even a god powerhouse like the Black Dragon was dead. How could he explain this to the Black Dragon? Fate King's eyes were cold. He looked at the people in Warlord's hands again, whether Fang Ping was here or not. These people better not leave a single one alive. At this moment, Zhang Tao looked at him calmly. Fate King said indifferently, "Martial King, Fang Ping took something he shouldn't have and killed someone he shouldn't have. This time, you can't protect him unless you want to become the Land of Rebirth's public enemy." Zhang Tao smiled faintly. Opportunity, treasure snatching, it all depends on one's ability. You really know how to accuse others. Zhang Tao smiled indifferently, as if he did not care. At this moment, the boundary zone's barrier suddenly turned transparent. Fang Ping stood on top of the Sky Palace, looking far away, smiling brightly. No one knew if he saw the powerhouses from all sides. Fang Ping waved his hand in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the boundary zone's barrier turned cloudy again, unable to peek. Gong Yuzi, Fang Ping, unquestionable sword. Purple Cat Mountain really took in Fang Ping. How dare they? Unquestionable sword is the public enemy. Gong Yuzi is digging his own grave. Numerous voices shook the void, and they carried a cold and murderous aura. The Demon Emperor's identity was confirmed. If not, how could Fang Ping enter Purple Cat Mountain? At this moment, Zhang Tao frowned slightly. How did Fang Ping sneak in? Was Gong Yuzi that old thing so easy to deceive? Or was it to confirm Fang Ping's identity as unquestionable sword? At this moment, no one cared about Warlord anymore. Fang Ping had appeared, and he was in Purple Cat Mountain. Unquestionable sword's reincarnation was even more important than the divine weapon. Moreover, the divine weapon had an owner. Most people could not take it away. Even if they did, there would be some aura left behind. The people in Warlord's hands did not have such an aura. Chapter 915. Inside Purple Cat Mountain. Purple Cat Mountain's Sky Palace was slightly different from other places. This was a real mountain. The mountaintop had been flattened and a group of palaces was built. An incomparably huge mountain peak. The mountain peak stretched for countless miles. One could imagine how much effort and material resources were spent to build such a sky palace. At this moment, on the long imperial road in the Sky Palace, Fang Ping was walking toward the mountain peak along the imperial road. Beside him, a silhouette was faintly discernible. Fang Ping, why did you tell the outside world that you're here? Please forgive me, Senior. I can't bear to see my companions get implicated. I had no choice. Please forgive me, Senior. The old silhouette suddenly became real. The white-haired Gong Yuzi had a complicated look in his eyes. You really look like Q-Sword. He had actually guessed it earlier. Back then, in order not to implicate Purple Cat Mountain, Q-Sword asked me to expel him from the sect. I personally chased away Purple Cat Mountain's first seat, the only disciple. Gong Yuzi was starting to believe it now. Fang Ping might really be Q-Sword. That year, Unquestionable Jian knelt on the ground in conscience questioning Hall. He only asked for one thing, to expel him from the sect. He wanted to take revenge. Once he left, the whole world would be his enemy. Hatred had already made him crazy. However, at that moment, Unquestionable Jian was still thinking about the sect, thinking about those seniors and juniors, thinking about him as his master. He wanted to take revenge, but he could not do it as Purple Cap Mountain's first seat as the future sect leader. He was an abandoned disciple of Purple Cap Mountain. In that era, an abandoned disciple. This was despised and spurned by everyone. A powerhouse like Unquestionable Jian, a prodigy, in the end, became an abandoned disciple that everyone spurned. Therefore, Purple Cap Mountain had one less top powerhouse and a lot less trouble. All of this originated from Unquestionable Jian himself. Fong Ping's actions today were too similar to Unquestionable Jian's. Fong Ping did not care about this. He smiled and said, "Senior, I've implicated you. But don't worry as long as I'm not here, or if you hand me over, those people won't go against you for such a small matter." A bunch of shameless people would not dare to fight with an emperor-level powerhouse at this time. Fong Ping said it calmly. Gong Yuzi looked at him again and said with great vicissitudes, "Aren't you afraid of death? Don't overestimate my magnanimity. In order to avoid fighting with other venerable sovereigns, I might really hand you over." Fong Ping chuckled. "If you didn't kill him directly, I wouldn't have blamed you, Senior. As for handing it over, I don't really care about it. Maybe Senior can go overboard and open a hole underground. I'll see if I can enter the Forbidden Sea from underground and leave through the Forbidden Sea. The Forbidden Sea is very dangerous. It will corrode the golden body. My golden body ninth refinement should be able to hold on for a while." As he said this, Gong Yuzi seemed to realize this. He suddenly released his spiritual energy and scanned him. A moment later, Gong Yuzi said with some shock, "It's the ninth refinement. No, it's not complete. No, that's not right. How did you manage to reach the ninth refinement?" Gong Yuzi was really surprised. Without waiting for Fong Ping to speak, he quickly said, "Only powerhouses who have united all Daos can walk out of the ninth level golden body. You're not united all Daos. This old man has already sensed your spiritual consciousness." Gong Yuzi murmured, "Could it be that you reincarnated just to walk a new path?" "The ninth refinement of the golden body. Your spiritual consciousness isn't weak either. Could it be that you want to walk two extreme Daos? No, coexisting spiritual consciousness and flesh. That's not extreme Daos anymore. Back then, you had an eighth refinement of the golden body and eighth refinement of the spiritual consciousness. You didn't even reach the limit, but you were the martial artist who could walk the furthest and the most well-rounded under extreme Daos. Could it be that you really want to go against the heavens and change your fate?" Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly. "Senior, is Unquestionable Sword at the eighth refinement of the flesh and eighth refinement of the mentality?" "That's right. I'm still clear about the flesh. But how do you differentiate how many refinements mentality has been forged?" Gong Yuzi looked at him for a while, judging the strength of his mentality. He said, "Your spiritual consciousness seems to have been severely damaged. Is it okay?" "It's fine. Can Senior help me clear up some doubts?" Gong Yuzi could see that his mentality was heavily damaged, but Fong Ping could still remain calm. He did not say much and said, "The so-called 8 and 9 refinements refer to the stage before Origin Tao. After stepping into Origin Tao, even if the golden body has really reached the 9th refinement, it's also a qualitative change in a later stage. It will no longer affect the foundation. It's the same for spiritual consciousness. The 9th refinement of the golden body can only be achieved by uniting 10,000 Daos. It's not just any martial artist who unites 10,000 Daos. Some fake unites 10,000 Daos can't enter the 9th refinement state. It's the same for the 9th refinement of spiritual consciousness. This is also something that can only be achieved by martial artists who unites 10,000 Daos. Actually, this old man has also never seen a martial artist who has a ninth refinement of spiritual consciousness. It's said that in the past, there was a venerable emperor in the heaven realm who walked the path of spiritual consciousness and reached the ninth refinement of the extreme path. In the golden body realm, the spiritual consciousness will undergo a qualitative change. It can be separated into clones, spiritual consciousness projection, and spiritual consciousness solidification. This is the ninth refinement of spiritual consciousness. Fang Ping heard that and said quickly, I see. 10,000 hertz mentality. He understood. Wu Chuan had mentioned this before. It was difficult for normal rank 9 powerhouses, even if they reached Qi Huanyu's level, to achieve 10,000 hertz mentality. This was exclusive to the pinnacle. Clones, that was something that only the pinnacle could have. Previously, Fang Ping had thought that a rank 8 with a clone was very abnormal. Now it seemed like it was true, although his current mentality was more than 9,000 hertz, which did not seem far from it. Fang Ping could imagine how difficult it would be to produce a qualitative change. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. Right now, his strength was still in the ascending stage. He was not in a hurry to walk the origin path. Theoretically, the limit of a ninth refinement golden body was at least 200,000 calories vitality. Moreover, he had not made the vitality intensity change to twice as much as before. He could still continue to wait. His strength was not stagnant. Fang Ping did not ask about this anymore. He was more interested in something else. He asked with a smile, Senior, what's the name of the venerable emperor who walked the path of spiritual consciousness in the heaven realm? This old man became an emperor late. This old man did not establish Purple Cap Mountain. This old man is Purple Cap Mountain's second generation sect leader. When the heaven realm was still around, this old man was just a mortal. Gong Yuzi was not an ancient venerable emperor. He only became an emperor-level powerhouse after Purple Cap Mountain was established. Before that, he was just a true god. As for the heaven realm's destruction, that would have to be pushed back thousands of years. As for the name of that venerable emperor, Gong Yuzi thought for a while before saying destroy. I think it's called that. This old man is not too sure about the specifics. Destroy? Fang Ping smiled. Heavenly Emperor Zhan. Don't tell me he's called Heavenly Emperor Exterminating. Most of the ancient powerhouses have single names. Celestial Emperor is an honorific title. Gong Yuzi chuckled. Zhan and Destroy, these people are all extreme powerhouses of the ancient era. Fang Ping understood. So that was it. However, Old Wang's palace was called Combat Heavenly Palace. He thought that Old Wang was called Zhan Tian in his past life. It seemed that he was called Zhan in the notes. Is Destroy Old Yao? Fang Ping was not sure, but the probability was not small. Fang Ping thought for a while and suddenly laughed. It's not necessary in the modern era. The absolute peak is also the true god powerhouses. Only those with double names are powerhouses. Of course, this is Sino Nation's rule. Other places are not affected. Double name? Gong Yuzi thought for a while and said, People have different habits in different times. People like us don't really care about these. However, it is said that before the heaven realm was destroyed, some people could not walk the emperor path, so they took another path and walked the second path, even the third path. During that period, some people suggested that names should be given according to the number of paths. This was a long time ago. After that, not many people continued this rule. When the heaven realm was still around and the paths were not blocked, everyone walked the same path. Even in the later period, including people like Gong Yuzi, unless one path could not be walked anymore, they would walk the same path to the end. Most of the people who had walked the second and third paths were old-timers. They could not walk anymore. They could not walk anymore. As for the past 1,000 years, many people walked the second and third paths. However, they were forced to do so. Some of these people did not understand all. They only knew that many paths were very strong, but in reality, they had already gone astray. The two of them talked as they walked, ignoring the powerhouses outside. Very soon, they reached the top of the mountain. An incomparably huge group of palaces came into view. They could not see the end of it at a glance. Gong Yuzi looked ahead at a huge square and said slowly, "This is the Tao hearing platform. Hearing in the morning, one can die in the evening." In the past, the disciples of Purple Cap Mountain would listen to the Tao here in the morning. At that time, it was an unprecedented grand occasion. Countless disciples filled the Tao hearing platform. Gong Yuzi sighed and said softly, "Do you still remember this place?" "I don't." Fong Ping shook his head. Gong Yuzi did not care. Seeing this, Fong Ping asked, "Other than Senior, are there any other living people in Purple Cap Mountain now?" "No," Gong Yuzi sighed. "Back then, only Jiang Tianming and I survived. A few hundred years ago, I sent Jiang Tianming out. Senior, do you know the identity of Heavenly King subduing?" "Heavenly King subduing?" Gong Yuzi glanced at him and smiled faintly. "I know a little, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. You said before that Sino Nation is respected by two names. You're talking about this person, right?" "As I said, this person is very likely to be someone from the end of the Heaven Realm. At that time, this method would be followed. I don't know. Senior, you let Warlord go?" Gong Yuzi smiled. "It's not that I don't know at all. I still know a little. Moreover, this person is extremely powerful. Back then, he came to our door and forced us to use our strength. We had no choice but to. Then why did you erase Warlord's memory?" Gong Yuzi saw that he was not flustered and calm. He was a little surprised, but he quickly understood and said, "There are many reasons for memory erasure. Firstly, they didn't recover back then. These true God martial artists' injuries were more serious than ours. Their spiritual consciousness was more or less damaged. At this time, if they want to recover, it's better to forget the past completely. It can give birth to a purer spiritual consciousness. Secondly, that person forced the sects to send people. With his memory, it's easy to become enemies with him. Tianming has a fiery temper. Once this happens, it's easy to offend that person. It's easy to get into trouble when he goes out. Thirdly, that person once said that if he forgets his current path and walks it again, he might break through the shackles. This makes sense. Tianming hasn't improved in martial arts for a long time. Maybe if he forgets the past and starts again, he can go further. Reality has proven that he has indeed gone further." Gong Yuzi stopped. Fong Ping smiled and asked, "Is there no other reason?" Gong Yuzi sighed softly. "There is, but it's not convenient to say. There's no need to look into it." "That's true." Rumble. As both of them were talking, a rumble came from the outside world. The entire Purple Cap Mountain seemed to be shaking. Gong Yuzi turned his head to take a look. He said lightly, "They're here." At this moment, a loud voice came. "Gong Yuzi, hand over the unquestionable sword. Hand over the unquestionable sword. Or else Purple Cap Mountain will cease to exist. Gong Yuzi, don't make a mistake." Voices came one after another from the outside world. Gong Yuzi waved casually at this moment. The entire boundary wall became crystal clear. In the outside world, the black cracks were densely packed. A few figures were wrapped in the cracks. Other than the blackness, nothing else could be seen. Fong Ping knew that the bounded zone had a defense system. These cracks were terrifying beyond compare. They were much scarier than the space cracks that were usually made. At this moment, inside Purple Cap Mountain, a large amount of energy was being drawn out and began to surge into the defense system. The cracks outside were also increasing. Gong Yuzi took a look. He said lightly, "Chongrong, Hao Ting, are you guys trying to break Purple Cap Mountain?" In the outside world, a pitch-black figure shattered the black cracks nearby. He said indifferently, "Gong Yuzi, you should know that the unquestionable sword and I are irreconcilable enemies. In the past, you chased him out of the sect. We did not want to implicate Purple Cap Mountain and have already given in. Today, the unquestionable sword has returned. Why do you have to seek your own death? Gong Yuzi laughed lightly. Hao Ting, the unquestionable sword was already killed by you guys 1,000 years ago. Where did the unquestionable sword come from? Humph. The burly, middle-aged, venerable emperor did not bother to say more. He snorted coldly, making his stance clear. At this moment, a skinny figure flashed and also shattered the cracks nearby. He said coldly, I don't care if he is Fong Ping or the unquestionable sword. Anyone who dares to kill my disciple must die. At this moment, Fong Ping laughed. Old man, who is your disciple? Tell me. I've killed too many people. I rarely ask for their names. I've killed some nameless juniors. I don't care about their origins at all. Tell me. See if I have any impression of him. You're courting death. The skinny, venerable emperor, Powerhouse, blasted his palm out, causing the boundary wall to tremble again. At this moment, a huge wave of mentality counterattacked, forcing the other party to take a few steps back. There were more and more cracks in the air, and the cutting sound was extremely ear-piercing. The skinny old man gave a muffled snort and said in a low voice, The great formation of Sealing Dragon is indeed very powerful. It's a pity that there are only a few of the 108 formation eyes left now. This can't stop me. The great formation of Sealing Dragon. This was the second time Fong Ping had heard of this name. Shen San, who had been captured by the evil sect, had once said that the bounded boundaries were actually used to lock the forbidden areas and destroy the remnants of the Earth Emperor God dynasty in the forbidden areas. Fong Ping roughly knew what the 108 formation eyes were. They were probably the 108 bounded boundaries. Nowadays, there were very, very few bounded boundaries left. Obviously, these large formations might have been integrated in the past, but now they were much weaker. Gong Yuzi identified him and said after a long time, You are the overseas powerhouse who calls himself John Doe? Years ago, I heard that after the Heaven Realm was destroyed, you seized a piece of the Heaven Realm fragment and established yourself in the Bitter Sea. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Of course I'm still alive. The skinny, venerable emperor sneered. At this moment, the other venerable emperors also seemed to recognize him. Outside the Great Formation, in the sky above the Forbidden Sea tributary, Zhang Tao and Heavenly Emperor Dragon stood proudly above the Forbidden Sea, less than 1,000 meters apart. Hearing Gong Yuzi's words, Zhang Tao laughed and said, Venerable Emperor, is this person from beyond heaven? Heavenly Emperor Dragon held Wang Ruobing's hand and said with a faint smile, No, there are 22 beyond heaven for Brahmas and 18 black skies. The 4 Brahmas have existed since ancient times. The 18 black skies have ancient remnants and were established by powerhouses after the Heaven Realm was destroyed. In addition to beyond heaven, there were also some venerable emperors' martial artists who had their own Taoist rites. The Bitter Sea is boundless. In the past, in addition to this barren land and the land of the Earth Emperor God dynasty, there are also many other overseas islands with powerhouses. This person seems to be an overseas powerhouse in the past. As for the matter of seizing the Heaven Realm fragment, I don't know. Zhang Tao nodded slightly and looked at the old man outside the bounded boundaries. This old man was the one who had talked to Heavenly Emperor Dragon about fighting Heavenly Emperor. Zhang Tao said with a faint smile, Is he the venerable emperor of supreme, everlasting heaven? That's right, Heavenly Emperor Changrong, Heavenly Emperor Dragon said calmly. This person is of the same generation as me, just a little later. However, he was just an ordinary venerable emperor in the past. After the Heaven Realm was destroyed, his progress was not slow. Zhang Tao's interest was piqued, and he said with a smile, In the current 3 realms, are there existences older than venerable emperors? Heavenly Emperor Dragon seemed very old. According to what he meant, the master of supreme everlasting heaven, who was also one of the 4 Brahmas, was a little later than him. Among the 4 Brahmas, Heavenly Emperor Yulong of Soaring Heaven was about the same age as me. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu of Jiaoyitian was about the same age as Changrong, and we all achieved Tao in the ancient times. Not only did the masters of the 4 Brahmas come from that era, but they all became emperors in that era. They were the ancient venerable emperors. As for Gong, Juanzi, Gong Yuzi, Heavenly Emperor Guanming, these people, before the heaven realm was destroyed, some were still ordinary people, and some were not emperors. Heavenly Emperor Guanming was considered an old antique, but he was still a true god at that time. At the end of the heaven realm, Heavenly Emperor Guanming became venerable emperor a little later than them. When he became emperor, the heaven realm was almost completely destroyed. I see. Zhang Tao laughed. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation looked at him and said after a while, "You are the current emperor of the human world? Very powerful." This Zhang has never acknowledged the emperor. Zhang Tao laughed again. "No, you may be more worthy of being called emperor than the emperor of the past." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's eyes were like the sun and moon, looking at him and saying, "What you walk is the true human path." And the emperor of the heaven realm, only became an emperor, in charge of the human world. That's why he has the name of emperor. This emperor was not the emperor. The one who walked the human path was Zhang Tao. The ancient emperor only ruled the human world in name. That's why he was called emperor. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation knew this better than anyone else. "Emperor!" Zhang Tao laughed lightly, as if a little disdainful. Looking outside the bounded domain again, there were a total of 6 people, all of them emperor-level powerhouses. But a few of them seemed to have not fully recovered their strength. Zhang Tao sighed softly. "Is it necessary? Divine weapons are just external objects. As for whether Fang Ping is the unquestionable sword or not, he doesn't remember the past. Is there a difference whether he is or not? And now he's only a rank. 8. Why do these people have to be like this? Venerable Emperor, in my eyes, they don't deserve this title. They're just afraid of death." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said lightly, "The era of great competition is coming. Everyone wants to strengthen their strength. In the past, unquestionable sword killed the emperors with a sky destroyer sword. It's not surprising that these people are tempted. Moreover, Heavenly Battle Emperor's Heavenly Battle Palace is also here. Changrong also knows of Heavenly Battle Emperor's name. Naturally, he'll fight with all his might. As for unquestionable sword, 1,000 years ago he killed them. Of course, these people have to get rid of future troubles. Aren't venerable emperors afraid of death? Yes." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said indifferently, "Who isn't afraid of death? The longer you live, the more afraid you are. Do you think you can let it go just because you live long? Coexisting with heaven and earth, immortal, controlling the world, high and mighty, immortal and indestructible." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said self-deprecatingly, "Who doesn't want this situation to continue until heaven and earth are destroyed and the 3 realms are shattered? Cultivating to this point, how much effort and how much time has been expended, working hard for several thousand years. Could it be just for the sake of exhausting one's lifespan? The powerhouses of your generation, the cultivation time is too short and can experience some of the hardships involved in the past. Cultivation wasn't as simple as it is now." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said with some lament, "At that time, martial Tao had just originated. Many things were half understood and half understood. Walking the wrong path, one could only start anew. At that time, wanting to temper the golden body was actually very, very difficult. We walked to this step at most 3,000 to 5,000 years, at least 1,000 years. From the day I started cultivating to Emperor Realm, I spent a full 2,000 years, day and night not daring to stop. 2,000 years, and only then did I become Venerable Emperor. Tell me, is this seat willing to die at this time? 2,000 years." Zhang Tao smiled and said, "That's pretty hard. I walked to this step spending less than 90 years, it also feels pretty torturous. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's expression was incredibly complicated. Was this unintentional? The human world's human emperor would not go so far as to show off to him, right? A powerhouse like him did not need to be like this either, right? But when these words entered his ears, it really had an unpleasant taste. Less than 90 years. Zhang Tao did not seem to be aware of this problem. Looking at those powerhouses bombarding the boundary wall again, he said with a sigh, 6? Fake King, that guy, is also among them. There are also quite a few true king powerhouses lying in ambush in the surroundings. The gray cat even lured one away. Otherwise, coupled with Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation, the powerhouses gathered today would be frighteningly many. This did not even include Gong Yuzi and himself. Zhang Tao muttered, "It's a little troublesome 1-on-6. I'm afraid it's going to be tough." The moment these words came out, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's body trembled slightly. Wang Ruobing felt her father's shock and could not help looking at her father, only to see that Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's eyes were terrifyingly deep, looking at Zhang Tao deeply. The human world's human emperor, was it boasting? 1-on-6? One had to know these 6, even though some people's injuries had not recovered. Changrong, these ancient heavenly emperors, their strengths were all terrifyingly powerful. Even he also did not dare to say that he could win 1-on-2 for sure. What right did this young man in front of him have to say this? Yes, young man. Not even 100 years old. What was he if not a young man? Zhang Tao muttered, then looked at him, and said with a smile, "Emperor, want to sell a favor? I think your daughter can still live for a few more years. Once Emperor dies, can she survive in this chaotic world?" This Zhang is untalented, but protecting her a little can still be done. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's expression changed. Wang Ruobing grabbed her father's hand tightly and shook her head. No, she did not want to let her father continue fighting in his old age. P.S. Strive to repay the debt by the 4th chapter. If it's not 12 o'clock, don't need to wait anymore. Chapter 9:16. Inside Purple Cap Mountain. Fang Ping was no longer standing. Instead, he was sitting on the steps, smiling. "Senior, how long will it take for them to break through the formation?" "Very soon. 10 minutes. Once it's broken through, you won't have anywhere to go." "Senior, how about opening underground?" "I'll leave through the Forbidden Sea. Last time the cat left this way." Fang Ping wanted to take a look too. Gong Yuzi looked at him, trying to see if he really wanted to leave or if he was just saying that. Fang Ping's move was more like a goad. He wanted to see if Fang Ping would dare to leave if he really opened an opening. But after watching for a while, Fang Ping was still calm. "You really want to go through the bitter sea?" "Really?" Fang Ping chuckled. "It's not that incredible. I heard that the Nameless Guy and Li Wuji are both from the Forbidden Sea. If they dared to leave, why wouldn't I?" Fang Ping got up, dusted his butt, and waved at the people who were attacking the barrier outside. He said loudly, "I'll leave first. Everyone, you can wait for me in the Forbidden Sea. I'll go back through the Forbidden Sea. Everyone, how about we have a swimming competition?" After teasing them, Fang Ping smiled again. "Whether I'm unquestionable Jian or not, you guys can think about it. If I am, I won't deny it. If I'm not, unquestionable Jian will fight with me sooner or later for scheming against me. Not many people who offend me have a good ending." Fang Ping laughed out loud. He soared into the air and headed straight for the foot of the mountain. "Great emperors, I'm leaving. I'll say this again. The sky punishing sword isn't with me. If it's fake, Fang Ping will never reach the top in this lifetime. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it." "Ha ha ha." Fang Ping laughed again. Outside, Life King suddenly shouted coldly, "The sky punishing sword really isn't with you?" "Life King, what's my personality? When it's in my hands, I don't even care if you old things offend me or not." Will you deny that a divine weapon isn't in my hands? Anyway, I don't have a good relationship with you guys. Whether I have a divine weapon or not, you guys want to kill me. Do I still care about this? Fong Ping laughed heartily. Life King, if you have so much free time, you should spend more time on the battleground. What are you doing strolling around blindly all day long? The reason why others proclaim themselves as monarchs is because they have the strength to do so. Don't you know how far you have walked on the path of origin energy? Just because you have some external objects, you wander around all day long. Do you really think you are a venerable sovereign? Once these words were spoken, the entire domain became frighteningly quiet. He was being despised. A powerhouse with the strength of an emperor was being looked down upon. At this moment, even some of the people on the other side of the Forbidden Sea heard those words. Ji Yao's expression stiffened. The Wang ancestor, who was invincible in her eyes, in Fong Ping's eyes, was not worth mentioning at all. This guy was really arrogant. Several emperor-class experts were in front of him, all wanting to kill him. If it were any other person, they would have been scared out of their wits. Could a level 9 expert be bold? Back then, when the Ash Cat ate monsters, the rank 9 Phoenix Spirit and the Gopher were so scared that they wet themselves. Ji Yao did not know how to evaluate Fong Ping. Bold? This was not enough to describe him. Charisma? However, his strength had not reached such a level. Was he not afraid of being punished for offending a powerhouse like this? After thinking about it, perhaps Fong Ping was not afraid. A long time ago, he had been a thorn in the side of many true kings. However, he had lived until now, and the more he lived, the more powerful he became. From rank 6 to now, he could even fight Qi Huanyu. His improvement was so fast that it made people despair. If a martial artist like him did not die, his achievements might really be shocking. Was he foolish and bold? Perhaps. However, to say that Fong Ping was not bold would be wronging him. This person's boldness was so great that even ordinary true kings could not compare to him. Ji Yao's gaze became more and more complicated. Recently, she had been learning something. She did not learn from Life King or Ji Hong. She was learning from Li Zhu, Fong Ping, and Zhang Tao. However, after learning, Ji Yao realized that these people had their own unique styles. It was not easy to learn them. They were similar in form, but different in spirit. He couldn't learn the essence of their skills, but only a superficial knowledge. However, these people, without exception, were all people with great courage. Grandpa Huanyu, can he escape this time? Ji Yao looked at Qi Huanyu with an indescribable feeling. Qi Huanyu looked at the bounded domain, at the Sky Palace, at Fong Ping, and said in a low voice, "It's hard to say. There's a martial king, a battle king, and now he even has a relationship with Gong Yuzi. The Water Clan's expert from the Forbidden Sea has left. Now he also knew some things. For example, the elder of the Wu Qi realm had been taken away. Under such circumstances, he might not be able to defeat Fong Ping. Of course, these 6 experts weren't the only ones here. In the dark, King Hua and the others did not appear. They were all waiting. It was not that easy for Fong Ping to escape. Ji Yao stopped asking. Meanwhile, Hua Yu stood next to King Hua and said softly, "Royal ancestor, you've always taught me to keep a low profile, lie low, and endure patiently in order to live longer and grow stronger." His grandson had always viewed this as the truth of life. Many people had died, but his grandson was still alive. But now his grandson was shaken. Fong Ping was arrogant and despotic. Ever since he was a general, his name had spread across divine land. There were countless true kings who wanted to kill him, but he grew stronger and stronger. Even until now, he has not died. This time, he even condensed his golden body 9 times and killed Xian Qiu. Hua Yu's gaze was complicated. "I'm shaken." King Hua glanced at his grandson, the most outstanding descendant of his family. Many people had died. Feng Qing, Feng Miexing, Zi Luo, the martial artists of his grandson's generation, the most outstanding ones, were almost all dead. But he was still alive and had a golden body 4 times. This was King Hua's pride. But now, Hua Yu was completely bewildered. King Hua thought for a while and said, slowly, there are many reasons why he didn't die. First, King Wu is stronger than me. King Wu is his Tao protector. Second, he has many tricks up his sleeves. He looks reckless, but he is meticulous. Do you really think he is like this all the time? Being arrogant doesn't mean you have to be like this all the time. When he needs to lie low, he is more tolerant than you. I know this person a little. Previously, he had infiltrated King Feng's camp. Even someone as domineering as Feng Nieshing could infiltrate without being detected. This is tolerance. It doesn't mean you have to be like the Li father and son to be tolerant. The first time he came out of the land of King's battlefield, he allowed some true kings to check his body inch by inch and never showed any dissatisfaction. If it were you, would you have welcomed them with a smile that day? With that, King Hua continued, third, he has no choice. Martial artists from the land of rebirth have a hard time cultivating. In the land of rebirth, martial artists must fight. Without fighting, there will be no experts. But in Godland, it is different. You are my grandson. Even if you don't fight, you will still become stronger. If that's the case, how can you have such a competitive heart? King Ancestor, is the martial path of Godland wrong? Not so. King Hua said faintly, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. The Tao of the land of rebirth is only strong for a moment. If the enemies are gone, the land of rebirth will collapse on its own. How can we fight? When that time comes, the land of rebirth will be worse than Godland. It will fall into chaos. Hua Yu's eyes flickered. Then why didn't they treat the land of rebirth like this all these years? The land of rebirth knows this weakness. That's why, under the leadership of King Wu and the others, they attacked the outer realm to create external enemies and pressure. You have to know that when the passage opened not long ago, the pressure on the land of rebirth was definitely not as great as it is now. With Heavenly King Garrison guarding Mount Royal Sea, only a small number of martial artists from the outer realm attacked the land of rebirth. Since then, King Wu and the others allowed the martial artists from the land of rebirth to enter the outer realm, forcing them to fight. That's how the land of rebirth came to be today. I see. Hua Yu's eyes flickered. The land of rebirth used God land as a whetstone. However, the land of rebirth was weak at that time. To have such courage, King Wu and the others are indeed worthy of admiration. King Hua did not mind his grandson's admiration. He nodded slightly. If not for that, King Wu would not have made it this far. In Godland, I'm afraid only Li Zhu can compare. However, Li Zhu is a person with a dark heart. King Wu is slightly better. Everything is in the light. Even though he knows he's being schemed against, he has no choice but to take the bait. King Hua spoke of Zhang Tao with admiration. Powerhouses were not separated by race. Zhang Tao's strength was not only in terms of ability, but also in many other aspects. Although he was an enemy, he had to admit Zhang Tao's success. The powerhouses in the outside world were discussing. Inside Purple Cap Mountain, Fang Ping looked down on King Ming for a while. Regardless of how crazy King Ming was, he looked at Gong Yuzi and smiled. Senior, please open a gap and let Fang Ping leave. Gong Yuzi's expression was extremely complicated. Fang Ping really wanted to leave. You have to know that there are still true gods hibernating outside this place. If you leave through misery, there might be true gods entering misery to block you. It was not that others could not enter the Forbidden Sea. Usually there was no need and it was quite dangerous. However, this was only the periphery of the Forbidden Sea. There were so many true gods and many emperors here. The Forbidden Sea could not stop them. Even if Fang Ping dived into the sea, powerhouses could surround and kill him from all directions. Fang Ping smiled. It's not that easy to find a needle in a haystack. If I'm really killed, that's fate. Gong Yuzi wanted to say something, but found it hard to speak. Help Fong Ping? Help him resist the emperors? There were a total of 6 emperor powerhouses outside. Whether Fong Ping was the unquestionable sword or not, it was still uncertain. The disappearance of the Sky Destroyer was the biggest doubt. Fong Ping continued to look at him. Actually, Fong Ping saw Zhang Tao. However, this time, Fong Ping decided to go by himself. He really wanted to try going through the Forbidden Sea. With him here, old Zhang would be under a lot of pressure. Surrounded by so many emperors, this was not an ordinary true king. It would not be easy for old Zhang to take him away. However, once he entered the sea, these emperors might split up to look for him. When that time came, old Zhang could be much more maneuverable. It would not be like now, where Fong Ping was surrounded here. It was equivalent to attacking reinforcements. Old Zhang might be surrounded and killed. Moreover, I'm also a minister. I can't be too embarrassing. Fong Ping muttered in his heart. I'm on the same level as old Zhang. Can I keep waiting for people to save me? I can save myself. Moreover, it was not like he had no confidence. For example, a certain cat. Was it not in the Forbidden Sea? He would contact it later and see if he could get this cat to lurk over and take him away. As for Gong Yuzi, Fong Ping did not expect him to really be willing to fight to the death for him. That did not exist. This time he came in mainly to confirm unquestionable Sword's identity. At this moment, Fong Ping actually had some judgment in his heart. He had gained something. Did Gong Yuzi really not know unquestionable Sword's identity? Not necessarily. Fong Ping sneered in his heart. This old man might have let him in to cooperate with unquestionable Sword. Sure enough, the cat was right. This fellow was neither good nor bad. However, he was still biased toward his disciple, not Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not care. This was how people were. If his own disciple was not biased, would he be biased toward an outsider? Very soon, I'll be able to confirm unquestionable Sword's identity. This fellow is quite good at hiding. The corners of Fong Ping's mouth curled up slightly. He was very brave. Whether it was true or not, he would know when the time came. Heavenly King, subduing. You know him too, right? This thought arose in Fong Ping's mind. Perhaps there were more than 1 or 2 people who knew unquestionable Sword's identity. They were all waiting. Gong Yuzi did not know what Fong Ping was thinking. He continued to hesitate for a while and suddenly sighed. I can't confirm your identity, and I can't die now. Fong Ping, be careful. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Before I leave, Fong Ping would like to ask a question. After the battle at the King battlefield, unquestionable Sword disappeared for close to 1,000 years. Does Senior know where he went? During the battle at the King battlefield, unquestionable Sword became a deserter. He did not participate in the battle. Perhaps he did something in the dark, but he did not participate in the final battle. After 1,000 years, unquestionable Sword only left the mountain and killed his way into the catacombs. Very few people cared about this 1,000-year time difference. This was because many of the great emperors were in closed-door cultivation and hibernating. Unquestionable Sword's disappearance for 1,000 years did not seem to be a big deal. However, in Fong Ping's opinion, unquestionable Sword might not be in hibernation during this 1,000-year time difference. He should not be that kind of person. I don't know about this. Fong Ping gave him a deep look, chuckled, and did not ask any more. Don't know. Perhaps. Gong Yuzi did not say anything else. The boundary wall was shaking violently. It was about to be broken. At this moment, Gong Yuzi's energy fluctuated. The ground cracked, opened slowly. At this moment, the powerhouses who were attacking the boundary wall at the periphery suddenly stopped. The skinny old man, a venerable emperor from the Forbidden Sea, sneered and said, Do you really want to enter misery? Although misery can shield your aura, this place is only at the edge of misery. We have sealed off all directions. You can't escape. Fang Ping suddenly stuck up his middle finger at him and said disdainfully, "You're that old ghost from Mount Nameless, right? Your disciple is really trash. I killed him with one slash. He's a piece of trash. You and I are of the same rank. I'll kill you with one slash. You dare to be arrogant with me? I just can't be bothered to argue with you. Otherwise, I'll call 8 to 10 venerable emperors and hammer you to death, you old thing." Fang Ping's words were earth-shattering. The other party was so angry that he attacked the boundary wall again. Fang Ping did not care. It would be best if he could shatter it. Unfortunately, if he continued to stay, Gong Yuzi might turn against him. The old man spoke politely, but he did not hesitate to open the underground seal. Perhaps he could not wait for him to leave right now. However, in order to solidify his identity as unquestionable sword, this old fellow would not be so straightforward. The human heart is sinister. Fang Ping laughed and jumped down. He laughed loudly and said, "Everyone will meet again if fate wills it. The next time we meet, remember to buy a good coffin." After throwing these words, Fang Ping let out a muffled humph. His person had already disappeared from Purple Cap Mountain. Gong Yuzi was silent for a moment, then slowly sealed the underground seal. The bounded domain floated above the Forbidden Sea. Both sides were tributaries of the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping could travel to any place by going underground. As for whether he would die in the Forbidden Sea, whether he would be killed by the demon race in the sea, or whether he would be besieged by the various powerhouses, Gong Yuzi couldn't be sure. Looking at the venerable sovereigns outside, Gong Yuzi said calmly he has already left. "If you still want to attack, I won't be bullied like this, even if I don't want to." Heavenly Emperor Chong Rong smiled faintly when he heard that and said, "Gong Yuzi, don't play those little tricks anymore. Your little tricks, it's not like we don't know. Greedy for life and afraid of death like you. Do you really dare to come out and fight? If it were really so, you also wouldn't have chased Unquestionable Sword out of the sect back then." Heavenly Emperor Chong Rong gave a laugh, but did not attack anymore either. He soared into the air and entered the Forbidden Sea straight away, vanishing inside the Forbidden Sea in a blink of an eye. The other great emperors also did not say a word, leaving one after another, all entering the sea. Although the Forbidden Sea's seawater corroded golden bodies, they were emperor-rank powerhouses after all. They also would not be corroded to death by this thing so easily. Even Fang Ping dared to enter. Why wouldn't they dare? At this moment, powerhouses shot out from all directions, entering the Forbidden Sea directly. The Forbidden Sea that had been peaceful for many years was fluctuating unceasingly today. Above the Forbidden Sea, Zhang Tao did not stop them, allowing these people to enter the sea and also allowing powerhouses from all directions to enter the sea to search for Fang Ping. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation looked at him rather strangely. This person looked like he wanted to intercept the various emperors just now. Why did he not make a move at this time? Or could it be that the present emperor was also just saying it? Just as he was puzzled, Zhang Tao laughed lightly and said, "Separated, might as well. Fang Ping, this kid, really got my way this time. Di Zun, that sickly fellow previously was a Grandmaster powerhouse from Earth, right?" "That's right. That's Great Emperor Great Peace of Emperor Cliff Sky. The entrance to Emperor Great Peace of Emperor Cliff Sky is indeed in the human world now." Zhang Tao laughed and said, "I said previously on Earth when I came in I seemed to have sensed his aura. This guy seemed to have entered from a passageway on Earth. He actually didn't even inform me. He's also looking down on me too much. TSK, living in my territory. Never mind that he didn't inform me. Now he actually even dared to surround and kill Tian Division's deputy minister. This guts really isn't small." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation looked at him, somewhat surprised. What did he mean? Zhang Tao exhaled lightly and smiled again and said, "Di Zun, it's still that sentence. This favor, are you selling it?" "What do you want?" "To kill people." Zhang Tao chuckled and said, "In this day and age, if you blindly appease people, People will think that you're easy to bully. Last time I didn't find Emperor great piece of Emperor Cliff Sky. I thought that it didn't matter if I didn't care. As for now, this seems to be the only Emperor-rank powerhouse that has emerged on Earth. Dizun, this Zhang doesn't ask for much. Help me block those other powerhouses. I'll enter the sea to play too. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's expression changed slightly. Zhang Tao wanted to kill Great Peace? Did he really have the strength to kill an Emperor-rank powerhouse? Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's injuries had yet to heal, but battling with an Emperor rank, even if he fell into a disadvantageous position, he would not die so easily either. Dizun doesn't need to look at me like that. Beat the young ones, and the old ones came. Fang Ping beat the young ones until they didn't dare to make a sound. Now that these old ones are here, I, this old one, should also show my arms and show my existence. Zhang Tao chuckled and looked at him. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation pondered slightly for a moment and said in a solemn voice, "If this seat perishes, I hope that Martial King can take care of my daughter a little." "Of course. All right then, this seat will help you block the powerhouses. I believe that they won't dare to become enemies with me for Great Peace either." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation also burst with arrogance at this moment. But by the side, Wang Ruobing held his large hand tightly, her tone choking with sobs as she said in a low voice, "Father, I'm not willing. Silly child." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's eyes revealed a hint of doting. Father can't take care of you for a lifetime. After so many years, his daughter's injuries seemed to have recovered now. Sealed for many years, his daughter could still continue living, and he probably wouldn't live for long. The human world's sovereigns were very strong. For Fang Ping, he dared to kill Dizun. Then, since he promised the seat, he wouldn't go back on his word either. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation did not speak anymore. Stroking his daughter's head, he casually tossed. Wang Ruobing soared into the air. The next moment, she flew over to Wang Hanyue's side. "Bring Ruobing back." "Yes." Wang Hanyue glanced at her unconscious junior sister and did not dare to question, hurriedly bringing Wang Ruobing and flying toward Mount Imperial Sea. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation waited all the way until they completely left before laughing heartily and said, "Since Martial King is interested, then enter Embittered Sea for a trip. This seat also wants to experience just how strong the present human world's sovereigns are. I won't let Dizun down." Zhang Tao laughed, calm and composed, treading on the air, stepping into the sea with one step. The seawater split open. Zhang Tao directly entered the sea, chasing rapidly along a direction. Seeing the situation, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation did not hesitate either. With his hands behind his back, he laughed heartily again and entered Embittered Sea. Until these people all left in the domain, Gong Yuzi's eyes swiveled. Following that, he sighed lightly, slowly sealing the domain, making the previously clear purple cat mountain disappear in front of everyone's eyes again. This time, would anyone perish? He did not know. He only knew that the dead would increase. As for Fang Ping's face flashed in Gong Yuzi's mind. He muttered in a low voice, so low that it could not be heard, and very quickly dissipated into the air. Chapter 9:17. It hurt. The Forbidden Sea. This was Fang Ping's first time falling into the seawater. The sizzling sound lingered in his ears. Fang Ping's golden body was being corroded by the seawater. His mentality was also being corroded. What the hell is this seawater? Fang Ping grimaced in pain, no longer as arrogant as before. When he left just now, asking the empress to prepare a coffin was quite satisfying, but now he really could not feel happy anymore. It was too painful. Even if he had a ninth forged golden body, he could not withstand the seawater's corrosion. It was like being soaked in sulfuric acid, an acid that was countless times stronger. If ordinary martial artists fell into this seawater, if they were not rank 8, they would probably be corroded into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The Forbidden Sea. I'm afraid demons below rank 8 can't go into the sea. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly understood. There was definitely a demon's base camp in the sea, including some islands and the like. If the demons were not rank 8, they would probably not go into the sea. Even if the demons were more adapted to the Forbidden Sea, without a golden body, other demons would not be able to survive. No wonder the demons I met in the Forbidden Sea were almost all rank 9. Fong Ping had always thought that the Forbidden Sea demons were too powerful. Now he understood it was not that the Forbidden Sea demons were really rank 8 or 9, but if they were not rank 8 or 9, they would also die in the sea. The pain lasted for a while, but Fong Ping quickly discovered an advantage that he could endure longer than others. He could use the imperishable substance to recover. Even a 9th forged golden body would be corroded badly. If ordinary human martial artists entered, a rank 9 would probably not last more than 10 minutes. However, Fong Ping's golden body was 9th forged. According to the current corrosion speed, he could at least last more than half an hour. After all, humans and demons were somewhat different. Demons were more adapted to this, but humans were different. However, Fong Ping had the imperishable substance, consuming it and constantly replenishing it, so he could endure. At this moment, Fong Ping was under the bounded domain. The bounded domain was like a big ship, and now he was at the bottom of the ship. This ship was very, very big, thousands of li long. In the Forbidden Sea, even the aura was concealed. It was very difficult to find a person in such a big place. Fong Ping also did not dare to stay here for long. Previously, when he came down here, those people saw him. There would definitely be powerhouses coming later. If a rank 9 could endure for 10 minutes, then a normal paragon could at least endure for more than 10 times the time. 2 hours would definitely not be a problem. At the Overlord level, he might be able to last a day or 2. This did not even include the Forbidden Sea Demon Clan. If the Forbidden Sea Demon Clan entered the sea and adapted to this environment, Fong Ping would be in even more trouble. In the seawater, Fong Ping's vision was obstructed to a certain extent. He could not use his mentality to probe. In fact, his spiritual power was severely damaged, so it was better for him to stay here. Fong Ping could observe everything within a radius of 100 meters. After 100 meters, Fong Ping could not see anything clearly. What exactly is the Taboo Sea's water? It's somewhat similar to Lao Wang's vital energy. They both have corrosive effects. Fong Ping muttered to himself for a while. It did not delay his movements. Even in the sea, his movements were extremely convenient, no different from those on land. At his level, there was no distinction between land, sea, or air. He took a look at his own stats. Wealth, for billion points vitality, 141,000 calories, 141,100 calories. Mentality, 1,299 hertz, 9,499 hertz. Power of destruction, 70 yuan, 70 yuan. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters plus. Energy barrier, 1 point/minute plus aura simulation, 10 per minute plus origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points / time. Fong Ping suddenly thought of something. In the next moment, Fong Ping restrained his aura. The Taboo Sea already had the effect of concealing one's aura. If he restrained his aura, would it have a double effect? He was worried that the Taboo Sea demons might have the ability to sense something in the sea. If they could not sense anything at all, how would the Taboo Sea demons assemble? How would they issue orders? How would they summon their companions? Living things were adapting to their environment. The Taboo Sea's environment was like this. The demons here might have evolved to some abilities that normal demons did not possess. Fong Ping restrained his aura and began to dive deeper. The Taboo Sea was very, very deep. He had been on the surface all this while. Now, Fong Ping kept diving. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Some demons were so huge that they would not retract their bodies in the sea. If the sea was not deep, these demons might not be able to survive. After diving for nearly 1,000 meters, Fong Ping felt that he had stepped on the ground. There were no demonic beasts or fish nearby. There were fish in the taboo sea too. When he was in Hope City, Fong Ping had seen people buying fish from the taboo sea to make delicious food. This place was probably affected by the bounded domain. Fish did not survive here. Or maybe there were too many demons this time, so these normal fish had left. After diving for 1,000 meters, Fong Ping could no longer see the bounded domain above his head. He did not know how far an emperor-level powerhouse could see in the sea. If they could not see far, even if they were above his head, they should not be able to find him. Just as Fong Ping dived to the bottom of the sea, at the place where he had just stopped, a figure rushed over in the blink of an eye as if it was walking on flat ground. The skinny emperor-level old man's eyes glowed. He looked around and snorted coldly. His voice could be heard clearly in the sea. At this moment, the Supreme Changrong Heaven's ancient venerable emperor, Changrong Heavenly Emperor, also strode over as if he was on the shore. He smiled faintly and said, "You didn't find him?" The skinny old man did not speak. After thinking for a while, his figure flickered and disappeared on the spot. After a while, an incomparably huge monster that looked like a whale was dragged over by the old man. That day, when the nameless mountain youth rushed over, he rode on this monster. "Luo Yu, can you find him?" The skinny old man growled. The huge monster was like a whale, but the fins on both sides were extremely huge, like wings. At this moment, the Luo Yu's fins flapped, stirring up tiny waves in the sea. It seemed to be sensing something. After a while, the Luo Yu moved. Different from the land demons, the Luo Yu did not have mentality fluctuations. The seawater eroded mentality, and these sea monsters rarely used mentality. The Luo Yu's abdominal cavity seemed to be vibrating, and it actually spat out a voice that sounded like human language. Replying to Venerable Emperor, I didn't find Changrong Heavenly Emperor swept a glance at the Luo Yu. This monster was not at true god level, but it was also a top-notch rank 9. It could actually use ventriloquism in such a way. Changrong Heavenly Emperor said with a slight smile, as expected of a rare beast of heaven and earth, breaking the rules of heaven and earth. It seems that true God is not far away. The monsters could not speak the human language, at least not before reaching the peak. This was the rule. It was not that the monsters could not simulate the human voice. As a powerhouse, the vibration of the air and the conversion of sound waves could be done easily, but they were just unable to speak the human language. This was a kind of rule. But when walking out of Great Tao and crossing that hurdle, the demons could speak the human language. The Luo Yu's abdominal cavity vibrated once more and said, "Venerable Emperor is too kind." Changrong Heavenly Emperor smiled and did not follow up either. Following that, his expression fell slightly as he said, "The Luo Yu is a native demon race of the Misery Sea. It's also unable to discover this person?" The skinny old man's eyes were also cold and fierce as he said, "Since he dares to enter the sea, he naturally has some means." This old man also didn't expect that this person can actually completely disappear in the sea. Changrong Heavenly Emperor thought about it and said, "Go investigate inch by inch along Purple Cap Mountain. This emperor doesn't believe that he can fly out. There are still fellow Taoists sealing off this place at the periphery. He can't escape." Done talking, he continued, "Let the Misery Sea's demons enter this place and investigate inch by inch. Fellow Taoist nameless, this matter will still need to trouble you to take action." Wushan Changrong Heaven was not in the Misery Sea. There were also no demon forces under his command, let alone the Forbidden Sea's demon race. The overseas nameless mountain had taken root in the Forbidden Sea for many years and more or less subdued some demons. "Okay, it's a pity that the water buffalo left this place." The skinny old man was somewhat regretful. The water buffalo of the water buffalo was also an emperor-level powerhouse among the demon race. If it was here, its senses would be even wider than the Luoyu. It was a pity that the other party was lured away by no idea what. Otherwise, as long as Fong Ping was within the circumference of 100 miles, he could not hide from the water buffalo's investigation. Hearing this, Chong Rong Heavenly Emperor thought about it before saying, "It might be done by the ash cat." Ash cat? The skinny old man's expression changed slightly, and he said, "That cat came into being." Should be. Chong Rong Heavenly Emperor said coolly, "Previously that cat was slumbering in the Kuokang Mountain, but it seemed to have come into being. Previously. I heard some old friends say that previously that cat had terrorized several grandmasters. The ash cat came into being. It came together with Fong Ping." The skinny old man murmured and continued, "The ash cat and unquestionable sword have a close relationship. It actually came here and even lured away the water buffalo. Fong Ping is probably really unquestionable sword's reincarnation." Previously he was still not too sure, but now the skinny old man was really somewhat certain. The ash cat was actually here. Hard to say. Chong Rong Heavenly Emperor was not so sure and said coolly, "The ash cat only loves the darling of fate. It has nothing to do with anyone. But if it came here together with Fong Ping, that means that Fong Ping is also this era's darling of fate. This person should be killed." Done talking. Chong Rong Heavenly Emperor did not stay any longer, vanishing on the spot in a blink of an eye. The skinny old man mused for a moment, suddenly emitting an incomparably sharp voice from his mouth. Such a sharp voice, ordinary martial artists could not hear it. But at a place far away from this place, a group of demons heard it. Very soon, a group of demon beasts several hundred miles away rushed over here swiftly. "Luoyu, you lead those demons and search for Fong Ping. When you find it, inform this emperor." "Understood." Luoyu immediately followed up, fins flapping, speed extremely fast, vanishing on the spot very soon. And at the same time, Zhang Tao walked all the way, passing by a place, seawater avoided, not staining his body. When the dragon transforming Heavenly Emperor on his left saw this scene, he could not help revealing a strange look. The sea of bitterness was boundless. The seawater was boundless. Even emperor-level powerhouses found it very difficult to expel the boundless seawater too, and could only endure the seawater's corrosion. This generation's human emperor had such capability. Was it forcefully holding on? If not, then the time this person could stay in the Forbidden Sea would exceed imagination. One had to know. Even the demons would return to the island after a period of time too, and would not keep staying in the sea. Zhang Tao did not seem to see this scene, saying with a smile as he walked, "The Forbidden Sea. I think it's the dead sea, the dead people sea. There are too many things mixed in. Just how many people died back then? You saw through it?" Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was astonished once more. Zhang Tao smiled faintly and said, "Came a few times and investigated it once. I have a general judgment. The energy is heterogeneous, lifeless. This is the effect of the Forbidden Sea's seawater corrosion. There are powerhouses blood flowing in, there are powerhouses corpses sinking in, and there are also some messy things covering countless regions. I'm afraid that it's not just 1 or 2 people who died." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said in a solemn voice, "That's right. The Sea of Bitterness originally also had some corrosive effects, but it's not as serious as now. At that time, ordinary martial artists could cross the sea too. Becoming this current appearance is still something that happened after the Heavenly Realm crashed. If not unexpected, it must be the Heavenly Realm's powerhouses dying. There must be power seeping into this place, like the Emperor's tomb, causing such a change in the Forbidden Sea. Too big." Zhang Tao still lamented. "If it was really caused by humans, then the powerhouses who died, I'm afraid there was no lack of emperors. The Forbidden Sea was too big. This was not something that could be done by an individual person. Fong Ping felt that it was related to Old Wang, but Zhang Tao felt that it was related to the entire Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm fell. Countless powerhouses died. Where did the heavenly realm fall to? The land where the heavens fell was in the Forbidden Sea. A large number of powerhouses died in the heavenly realm, and the heavenly realm fell into the Forbidden Sea. As a result, there was the current Forbidden Sea. Should be. How many emperors were there back then? Zhang Tao asked a question. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said with a smile, 9 emperors ruled the 3 realms together. 9. That's right. Just how strong are emperors? Don't know. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said with emotion, when emperors make a move, practically all those who have seen them die. But although I don't know how strong emperors are, this seat also understands how strong some powerhouses comparable to emperors are. In the past, I've seen Celestial Emperor Batian in action. When this person attacked, he once broke the 9 heavens with his fist. Emperor Batian. Zhang Tao was puzzled. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation smiled and said, a powerhouse whose strength is powerful, but is a simple-looking powerhouse, a supreme powerhouse. He walked the extreme Tao of the physical body and was a very kind person. What a pity. Also dead. He should be dead. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation sighed and said, Heavenly Emperor Batian, Heavenly Emperor Exterminating, Heavenly Emperor Zhan. These few were all powerhouses comparable to the various sovereigns in the past. Someone once said that if a few people joined forces, they could kill an emperor. I have never seen Heaven battling the Arch in action, but I have sensed his aura. He is indeed extremely powerful. When the arrow was shot, I felt like I would die at any moment. The Batian Celestial Emperor's killing intent was not heavy, and he was also an expert who loved to joke around during the Heavenly Court's martial arts exhibition. He broke through the 9 heavens with one punch. 9th heaven? Zhang Tao was puzzled again. What kind of measuring method was this? This is the space you speak of. Today, we have only broken through the first layer of space, one layer after another. Emperor Batian broke through the 9th layer, extremely terrifying. One layer after another, Zhang Tao murmured. Nowadays, to break through space in the catacombs, one needed a vitality outburst of 150,000 calories. This stack, how was it stacked? 150,000, 300,000, 600,000 1. 2 million like this? Or was it stacked together? Or perhaps it was only 9 times of 150,000. This should not be the case. Otherwise, he would not be as strong as him. After all, the 150,000 calories needed to break through space was only a requirement under the absolute peak. If it is not stacked and only stacked, then wouldn't it require 38? For million calories vitality to break through the 9th layer, even the absolute peak would require 19. 2 million calories? For the first time, Zhang Tao seemed a little shocked. He had to clarify and said quickly, Venerable Emperor, this is 1 calorie vitality. How many cal are needed to break through the 9th layer? The ancient martial era did not seem to have a specific measurement unit. Zhang Tao did not know if Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation knew that at this moment, an extremely subtle vitality force was condensing in his hand. If Fang Ping saw it, he would probably be shocked. Separating 1 calorie of vitality. This was something Li Zhen could not do. Li Zhen's void-piercing sword technique had a vitality of 3 calories. As for Zhang Tao, at this moment he condensed 1 calorie vitality easily. 1 calorie, this actually represented 100% control of strength. This, Fang Ping had always felt that no one could do this, except for previously in Combat Heavenly Palace, when he saw that archery target. Everyone had such a guess. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's expression changed slightly. Vitality force was actually universal. It was just that back then, some people cultivated vitality while others cultivated energy force. In fact, he also cultivated vitality force. An ancient great emperor like him could actually split his strength into 1 calorie with some effort. However, How old was this person in front of him? Without the accumulation of time, how could he do it? Although he was shocked, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation glanced at it and thought for a while before saying, "It's hard to determine the specific number, but I'm afraid it's no less than 10 million. That was 10 million cal." The absolute peak of 10 million cal. Zhang Tao said in disbelief, "How is that possible? They are both emperor level. 1 million cal can be called an emperor. How could they cultivate to this realm?" Extreme Tao. But no matter how extreme, it should not be to this extent. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said, slightly bitterly, "This is the difference between ordinary venerable emperors and extreme Tao heavenly emperors." Therefore, at the beginning of the era of gods and demons, ordinary venerable sovereigns were only overlords, while extreme path celestial emperors were the overlords of the heaven realm and the overlords of the three realms. Even when the various sovereigns were having a meeting, they would also invite the various extreme Tao heavenly emperors to discuss together. It was said to be the 9 sovereigns ruling together, but in reality it was the extreme Tao heavenly emperor and the various sovereigns ruling together. However, the few extreme Tao heavenly emperors were all focused on the extreme Tao. Compared to the various sovereigns, they were even more low profile and rarely showed themselves. Ordinary powerhouses did not even know that there were extreme Tao heavenly emperors. The one who truly made extreme Tao heavenly emperor known by people was not heavenly emperor Batian, but heavenly emperor Zhan. Zhan Tiandi once shot an arrow at the heavenly court's banquet to shock all the emperors. The human emperor and the earth emperor's expressions changed. If it wasn't for the East emperor's intervention, a war between the emperors would have broken out. Zhang Tao did not say anything and was still shocked by extreme Tao heavenly emperor's might. He knew that the other party was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. 10 million cal? 10 million cal at the peak? What kind of concept was this? 10 times that of an ordinary emperor-level powerhouse. This was already a qualitative change. With a difference of 10 times, it was no longer an ordinary accumulation. Was this the strength of a sovereign and extreme Tao heavenly emperor? No wonder everyone wanted to become a sovereign. One sovereign, suppressing the heavens. 10 times that of a great emperor. This was not what 10 great emperors could defeat the other party. Even 100 would not do. No wonder when the Earth Emperor Divine Dynasty was established, even if the heavenly realm disappeared, no one dared to resist and dared to question. Only until the later stages, knowing that the earthly sovereign was just a projection, did they launch an attack. Who dared? If the earthly sovereign's true body existed, probably no one dared to resist. Zhang Tao somewhat sighed for a moment and muttered, "I once thought that the difference between sovereigns and us isn't big. I, Zhang Tao, might not necessarily be unable to battle sovereigns. But now, I understand that this Zhang was conceited." The moment these words came out, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's body trembled slightly and suddenly had an impulse to leave. He could not quite stand this human sovereign anymore. "You, an emperor-level powerhouse. How can you be so inflated?" Each sentence sounded like bragging. He, this ancient Empyrean, was here. "Weren't you afraid of exposing you and making you lose face?" Old Zhang ignored him and continued, "Then why can't this kind of situation happen now? This Zhang has never broken through the second layered heaven. Once the boundary is exceeded, the spatial battlefield will appear. This is something that happened after the heavenly realm shattered. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation could not be bothered to go and explained. Only after the heavenly realm shattered did there appear the spatial battlefield. This should be a certain supreme powerhouse's source space that drifted into space. Once the battle is intense, it will trigger this thing to appear. The spatial battlefield is very big. The source space is so huge." As Zhang Tao said, he seemed to be deep in thought as he said, "Is it still a mountain in a mustard seed? Then, in this case, can one find the entrance leading to this supreme powerhouse's source, great Tao in the spatial battlefield?" There was once someone who thought so. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation also did not deny that the source space was a black room. The black room had a passageway entrance. Powerhouses who opened up the source Great Tao would all have this thing, apart from cats. Since that was the case, then whether or not they could find the other party's source Great Tao entrance in the spatial battlefield, this was also what many people looked forward to. Unfortunately, many years passed, and they did not discover this either. Zhang Tao was deep in thought once more, thought about it, and said, "Is there a possibility that the heavenly realm fell into a spatial layer?" Amen? Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation frowned and looked at him and said, "You want to search for the heavenly realm remnant site? I have this intention. I advise you best not to go. It's very dangerous. I hope that Empyrean can tell me if there's this possibility." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation thought about it before saying, "There's a possibility." Although the heavenly realm was destroyed, it wasn't completely destroyed. The broken heavenly realm still exists. As for its specific location, not many people know. Most of the people who know are all dead. In the past, some people had gone before, but the result was heavy casualties. Those guys who are alive might not dare to go now. Furthermore, the broken heavenly realm might move and might not be in the same place anymore. Is that so? Zhang Tao was deep in thought again. In this case, it was also possible that the heavenly realm appeared in the spatial battlefield. Just as he was thinking, the corners of Zhang Tao's mouth curled up slightly. In front, a sickly middle-aged man already appeared in front of him. "Sigh. Really don't want to start a massacre. After all, they're all my human seniors." Zhang Tao sighed lightly, the sigh spreading very far away. In the distance, the middle-aged man's complexion was slightly pale, turning his head to glance at him. He did not express anything when he saw Zhang Tao. When he saw Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation, he furrowed his brows slightly and nodded lightly. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation, that was an old antique. "Heavenly Emperor, great peace," Zhang Tao laughed and said politely. "Give me some face, Heavenly Emperor. How about leaving now? Fang Ping is just a junior. Heavenly Emperor, why bother with him?" The middle-aged man frowned again and said coolly, "Hand over the heaven-punishing sword and combat Heavenly Palace. And this Heavenly Emperor will naturally not make things difficult for him." "What a pity," Zhang Tao lamented. Using peaceful means before resorting to force, it ended in failure every time. Was I, Zhang Tao, not polite enough? This was not even the first time. Being a civilized person is really hard. Old Zhang lamented again, walking forward with a smile as if seeing a good friend that he had not seen for many years. The smile on his face never dissipated. Heavenly Emperor Great Peace took a look, his expression gradually changing. This person, what was he trying to do? Chapter 918. Right now, Fang Ping naturally did not know that old Zhang had encountered Heavenly Emperor Great Peace. Right now, Fang Ping was hiding from his pursuers. Fang Ping hid himself behind a reef in the middle of the sea. He waited until the gigantic monster above his head swam away before he breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Let's just drag it out. Fang Ping realized that restraining his aura was still useful. Just now, when that monstrous beast appeared, he was able to sense a slight fluctuation in advance from 100 meters away. From the looks of it, although the Forbidden Sea was concealing its aura, it was still possible to sense it if the distance was extremely close, or if they were in the same sea. As for him, he was like a rock in the sea. There were many reefs at the bottom of the sea. As long as he was careful and did not cause too much of a commotion, these demons would not be able to discover him. How many days can an Emperor-level expert stay here? Fang Ping did not believe that an Emperor-level powerhouse could stay here forever. If that was the case, the Forbidden Sea would not have become the biggest forbidden land. As long as he could find a gap, he could quickly leave this place. The world was so big, where couldn't he go? As he thought about these things, Fang Ping pinched a coral-like fragment in his hand. His eyes flickered. Treasure. The Taboo Sea was indeed a place rich in treasures. The heavenly golden lotus from before was produced in the forbidden sea. The small piece of coral in his hand gave him a feeling that it was not much inferior to a small petal of a heavenly golden lotus. It's a good place. The forbidden sea is so huge. There must be a lot of treasures. The demons that can enter the sea here are only 8th or 9th rank demons. They can't be found everywhere. Fong Ping's brows furrowed slightly as he thought about this. Again, this time it was just a rank 8 demon. A rank 8 demon dared to come after him? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Let's find a place to repair the House of Gold. Once it's done, I'll kill you all. Fong Ping was not in a hurry to leave. If he left now, it would definitely be the time when the defense was the tightest. There were powerhouses everywhere. After repairing the Golden House, he would kill all the demons that were chasing him. He did not believe that rank 8 and rank 9 demons were so worthless that they could be found everywhere. It just so happened that the divine weapon was broken, and he needed a divine weapon. Old Man Li had shattered another one. On Tian Mu's side, his divine weapon had also shattered. He had not been able to equip himself. The gap was not small. The heart and brain of the demonic dragon's corpse had been destroyed by me. Although the corpse is very strong, it is not enough to create a divine weapon. That's fine, these fellows can give me some demonic cores. With that in mind, Fong Ping carefully began to dig a hole under a reef. It was best to dig a hole to treat his injuries. He was like a rock. If he dug a hole and buried himself, those people wouldn't be able to find him. Soon, a small hole appeared in front of them. Fong Ping crawled in slowly, carefully filling up the hole. At this moment, not only did Fong Ping need to heal his injuries, but he also needed to replenish his imperishable substance continuously to maintain his golden body's consumption. The corrosive force here was too strong, and the consumption was also huge. While Fong Ping was recuperating, many of Fate King's group had already left the Taboo Sea. In the sky above the Taboo Sea, the Fate King sent out a palm strike, causing the entire Taboo Sea to tremble slightly. Of course, that was just an illusion. However, the aftermath of the attack was indeed very big. Several demonic beasts in the vicinity were directly shattered and floated up. At this moment, the skinny elder leaped into the air and bellowed, "How dare you kill the demon tribe of Nameless Mountain?" Fate King frowned and said coldly, "Are you going to pay for letting Fong Ping go?" Junior, before the skinny elder could finish his sentence, Fate King's eyes turned cold. He sent out a palm strike, shattering the void directly. These ancient powerhouses, have they forgotten whose era this is? As one of the 4 true kings, hall masters of God Continent, Fate King had led Destiny Royal Court for hundreds of years. He wouldn't be afraid of these fellows. He even had his eyes on the 2 kings. After being despised by Fong Ping for a while, he was already filled with anger, now that the skinny elder was berating him. How could Fate King tolerate it? The void shattered as a jade-white palm blotted out the sky and came crashing down on the old man. The old man snorted coldly and sent out a palm strike. Kacha! The void was like a mirror, directly shattered by the 2 of them. A black whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea, but it dissipated quickly. Above the Taboo Sea, the energy consumption was very fast. Very soon, it would be absorbed by the seawater. Fate King attacked again, sending out another palm strike. Both of them fought across the sky, and for a moment, the murderous aura was boiling. At this moment, many powerhouses appeared in the surroundings. Some were smiling, some were gloating, and all of them were waiting to watch the show. At this moment, in the distance, the calm sea surface suddenly surged with huge waves. "You dare! Zhang Tao, you have some guts!" Heavenly Emperor Great Pieces' furious roar resounded throughout the Forbidden Sea. Zhang Tao actually dared to attack him. "Senior Great Peace, it's just a spar. Why are you so anxious?" Zhang Tao's laughter transmitted over. In the next instant, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation stepped out of the sea, looked around and said indifferently, These two want to spar. This emperor will be the judge. Everyone you can watch, but you can't cross the line. Whoever interferes. This emperor won't be polite either. Dragon transformation. At this time, in the sea, Heavenly Emperor Great Peace was enraged. Spar? Who wanted to spar with Zhang Tao? Furthermore, Zhang Tao attacked with killing intent the moment he came. This was also called spar? Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation actually joined hands with Zhang Tao. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said indifferently, "Spar properly, this emperor won't interfere." Great Peace. You're also a senior venerable emperor. Just kill him. This emperor won't say a word. Could it be that you're not even comparable to a junior? Dragon Transformation. You don't need to provoke me. This junior dares to bully me like this. This emperor must kill him. Heavenly Emperor Great Peace roared angrily. Following that, the Forbidden Sea was torn apart. In the sea, an abyssal canyon formed. Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's hands tore the surface of the sea, wanting to soar into the sky to fight. But at this time, Zhang Tao laughed, the bamboo whip in his hand lashing down. Rumble, a loud sound, trembling until the entire Forbidden Sea swayed a bit. Large amounts of seawater flowed in reverse. Zhang Tao smiled faintly and said, "You and I spar, just you and I know. Why let others watch and lose face for us?" The seawater fell down. Everyone could only hear the movements, but they were unable to see the situation of the two people exchanging blows clearly. Martial King is quite bold. Fate King laughed, smiling playfully. Looking at the thin old man, he said coldly, "You want to try with this king?" The thin old man's eyes were cold and fierce. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Chong Rong stepped on the air and came over, saying with a faint smile, "No need to be anxious. The human realm's human sovereign, perhaps it should be called human king. Exchanging blows with great peace. Such a grand occasion should be observed. Two emperor-level experts exchanging blows. This was what was exciting. Everyone actually also wanted to see just how strong this human realm's human king was. Previously, they heard that this person awed many heaven beyond heavens in the human realm. They also wanted to see what capabilities he had to awe everyone. At this moment, not just these people, there were also some mental powers coming over from faraway places. Very long since they saw emperor-level experts fight. The last time Zhang Tao fought with Fate King these people, it was all a superficial exchange and did not fight to the bitter end. But looking at it today, it might be a little more intense. Heavenly Emperor Chongrong looked at Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation, who was guarding in the air, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Dragon Transformation, why did you get involved in this matter too?" Although he did not have Dragon Transformation, he was more or less the same. He did not have much apprehension either. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said coolly, "Just joining in the fun." Heavenly Emperor Chongrong did not mind his coldness either, and said with a smile, "This person is Zhang Tao, right?" This old man has heard of him a few times before, but it was said that he just became a true god for a few years. I didn't expect that in a short time he really achieved the position of emperor. Just now, when Zhang Tao's bamboo whip lashed down, he sensed that the other party had emperor-level strength. What was emperor-level? Peak vitality of 1,000,000 cal. This was emperor-level. Regardless of whether or not one could walk 10,000 meters on the origin source great path, if one could not walk 10,000 meters, one would not be able to reach the overlord level. The 10,000-meter increase was doubled. The base vitality of an emperor-level powerhouse was almost always above 300,000 calories. With a base of around 330,000 calories after walking 10,000 meters, one would almost be an emperor-level powerhouse. Before reaching the 10,000-meter mark, if he wanted to reach 1,000,000 calories, his basic vitality would have to be even stronger. There were very few martial artists like that. Regardless of the situation, Zhang Tao had become an emperor-level expert at such a young age, which was enough to shock everyone. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation looked down. At this moment, the seawater below was fluctuating unceasingly. Giving it a glance, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said indifferently, "This is human Tao." In the past, the decision made by the emperors was probably unfair. The human realm isn't without geniuses. It's no wonder that the emperors were dissatisfied with the decision. Chang Rong scoffed and said, "I didn't see you mention this in the heavenly courts back then." Long Bian glanced at him and was too lazy to say anything. Who dared to deny the 9 emperors' joint determination? Of course, he did not dare to do so. However, there was someone who dared. Zhan Tiandi dared to do so. But in the end, didn't he still die and his Tao dissipate? Only these extreme Tao heavenly emperors had this qualification to refute. If he opened his mouth back then, he would probably be directly thrown out of the hall by the emperors. They would not give him any face. If he dared to speak any more, it would be normal for him to be killed directly. These 2 ancient emperors were talking. The others did not interrupt. Even Life King was listening quietly at this moment. He was also clueless about some ancient past events. There was no harm in listening more now. Just as he was listening, below, in the Forbidden Sea, a heaven-shaking roar came over. "Damn it, this is—" Before his voice faded, the voice dissipated. Everyone's faces changed slightly. Heavenly Emperor Great Peace did not seem to be a match for Zhang Tao. Although Heavenly Emperor Great Peace was injured, he was still an emperor-level powerhouse in essence. Even if Long Bian and the others had the possibility of defeating him, this matter could not be said to be 100% certain. Chang Rong was restless and wanted to go down to the sea to take a look. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation suddenly erupted with his aura. At this moment, the sky above the Forbidden Sea was punctured. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said coldly, "Everyone, it's best to wait for a while. Don't delay the spar at this moment." Humph! Someone snorted lightly. This was a true god powerhouse, or rather a true king powerhouse, from Heavenly Plant's royal court. This time, quite a few of these true kings came too. They were not familiar with Long Bian and these people, even though they knew that these people might be powerhouses from the Second King's era. They did not care too much either. In the end, just as he finished snorting, this person's expression changed. Right at this moment, the void in front of him exploded. A large hand that could prop up the heavens suddenly appeared, a palm smacking down. Rumble! This true king powerhouse was directly slapped into the sea. Golden blood splashed up in the sea. After a moment, this person soared into the air, his expression livid, his face vigilant. In the distance, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said indifferently, "This emperor has no intention of becoming enemies with anyone, but this emperor will say it first. Everyone, it's best to abide by some rules. This emperor's lifespan is at its end. My great limit is about to arrive. Before dying, don't force this emperor to take away a few good friends." The moment these words came out, even Heavenly Emperor Chang Rong did not make a sound either. Not worth it. Long Bian was about to die. Fighting with him for this minor matter at this time. Once this guy went crazy with his strength, he could really kill an emperor-level powerhouse and perish together, just as the atmosphere in the sky fell to a standstill. In the sea, Zhang Tao's book directly wrapped around the 2 people, like Fong Ping's golden house, surrounding the 2 people in the book. The 2 people both fell into the enormous book and battled. Zhang Tao was like a teacher, his bamboo whip pointing. A large golden character shot out from the book, charging toward Heavenly Emperor Great Peace. The large golden character was like a real person, wielding all kinds of weapons, charging toward the other party in formation. Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's expression changed drastically at this moment. This is the myriad Taos of the heavens. What great ambition, wanting to walk through the myriad Taos of the heavens. Wrong, the convergence of the myriad Taos. Zhang Tao was calm and composed as he said with a smile, I don't walk the myriad Taos of the heavens. The myriad Taos will converge in the end. This is my return to one Tao. Return to one, your ambition is greater than I imagined. Walking the myriad Taos of the heavens, that was walking one Tao at a time. In the end, it was still the myriad Taos. But the myriad Taos converged into one. Not only did one have to walk, but after walking, they still had to converge, which was even more difficult. This person was too terrifying. Heavenly Emperor Great Peace was a little frightened. With a low growl, a large golden seal appeared in his hand. The golden seal instantly grew to the size of a mountain, smashing the golden character that Zhang Tao had created. Seeing this, Zhang Tao sighed. It still doesn't work. Looks like this method can only be used against those weaklings. Forget it, since the myriad Taos are going to converge. It won't be the return to one Tao if it's scattered. Having said that, the golden characters suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, they all merged into Zhang Tao's body. At this moment, Zhang Tao's aura skyrocketed. At this moment, he was like an ancient giant. The bamboo whip in his hand expanded countless times, lashing at the golden seal. Rumble! With a loud sound, the golden seal's light suddenly dimmed. A trace of regret flashed in Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's eyes. Zhang Tao smiled. It's rare to see a desperate divine weapon. You're quite lucky. A desperate despair divine weapon. That was really too rare to see. On the other hand, divine weapons were much stronger than the ultimate divine weapons. But Zhang Tao had seen many of them. Heavenly Emperor Great Peace snorted coldly. Looking at the crystal book that wrapped around him, he said coldly, "You want to kill me? You just found out? You're very arrogant." "Is that so?" "I don't think so. I never do things that I'm not confident in. If I say I'll kill you, then I'll kill you." As soon as he said that, as if teleporting, Zhang Tao appeared in front of Heavenly Emperor Great Peace in the blink of an eye, lashing out with his whip. Smack! With a crisp sound, Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's face was directly split in half. "Young man, you. Don't thank me for killing you." Zhang Tao's speed was too fast. In the crystal book, he seemed to have a special method. Countless Zhang Tao appeared in the entire space like afterimages, but all of them were lethal. Smack! 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 The sound of the whip lashing was endless. Cracks gradually appeared on Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's body. Zhang Tao's laughter continued, coming from all directions. "I can't let others see it. If they see it, you old antiques won't understand. That kid Fong Ping's head is full of filthy thoughts. He might misunderstand. I, Zhang Tao, am the Minister of Education. Why would I have those filthy thoughts? These young people just like to think too much." Having said that, countless whip shadows densely covered the void. Heavenly Emperor Great Peace did not say anything. He suddenly stretched out both hands and grabbed the long whip. Just as he was about to exert force, Zhang Tao laughed. "You like it? Then I'll give it to you." Rumble. Mentality exploded. The bamboo whip was not a physical object. It was the embodiment of origin path, mentality, and willpower. It was useless for Heavenly Emperor Great Peace to grab the bamboo whip. With this explosion, Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's hands instantly turned into withered bones. Sensing all this, Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's expression changed. At this time, he no longer waited for death. His speed also broke through the limit, breaking through the air to attack. Zhang Tao's shadows were smashed one after another. Zhang Tao seemed to be everywhere. He continued to laugh. "Old man, stop struggling. You can't escape." "Escape? This emperor will kill you today." The two of them talked as they fought. Cracks appeared on the crystal book several times. Every time a crack appeared, there would be a huge roar in the outside world. Tsunami. The aftermath of their battle overflowed, actually causing a tsunami in the Forbidden Sea. After all, Heavenly Emperor Great Peace was an emperor-level powerhouse. Even if he was weaker now, he was not weak. This went on for 3 times. Although Zhang Tao had a slight upper hand, he could not take him down. Feeling the passage of time, Zhang Tao sighed. If this goes on, there will be more and more people. Dragon transformation may not be able to stop it. Forget it. I'll use you as a sacrifice. As soon as he finished in the space, Zhang Tao's shadows all dissipated, leaving only his real body. At this moment, even the bamboo whip disappeared. Abandon the brush and enter the army. Literature can bring peace to a country. Martial arts can bring peace to a country. Bamboo whip, that's education. I can't use the path of education against you people. Zhang Tao was still smiling. Even though Heavenly Emperor Great Peace had already rushed over to fight him, he was not impatient. 30 years ago, I thought that, as a teacher, I can only save people, not kill people. But in this world, how can I not kill people? Teaching and educating people is for the sake of prosperity. Killing people, killing the wicked, is also for the sake of prosperity. King on the outside, sage on the inside. This is the king's way humanity. Right now, Zhang Tao was like Fang Ping, extremely long-winded. But Heavenly Emperor Great Peace was becoming more and more uneasy. He was getting more and more terrified. This was because, as Zhang Tao spoke, his qi activity was changing. From the gentle and refined at the beginning, it had now become domineering and bloodthirsty. That thick blood stench made even an emperor-level powerhouse like him feel a little nauseous. Zhang Tao's voice was no longer playful. He said coldly, "If I don't kill, how can there be peace? In the human world, I am the minister. In the outside world, I am the martial king." Martial king. As soon as these 2 words came out, Zhang Tao seemed to have torn off his usual disguise. He was frighteningly cold. Fang Ping was not here at the moment. Otherwise, he would probably be stunned to see this scene. In his impression, old Zhang had never been so cold that it made people's hearts go cold. Kill! A loud roar resounded through the clouds. At this moment, even the crystal book could not withstand this thick, murderous aura. Li Zhen said that his void-piercing swordsmanship technique had the heaviest murderous aura. However, at this moment, the murderous aura that erupted from Zhang Tao was far thicker than Li Zhen's. The void seemed to have frozen. At this time, the Forbidden Sea tsunami disappeared as if it had been frozen. In the space of the book, Great Peace's expression changed drastically. Without another word, he stepped into the air and bombarded the crystal book madly. In the blink of an eye, a huge crack appeared. He wanted to leave. This person's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. Human demon, human Tao and demonic Tao. King on the outside, sage on the inside, sage on the inside, demon on the outside. This was the emperor of this generation. "Want to leave?" Zhang Tao laughed fiercely. His hands were blood-red as he grabbed Great Peace, Heavenly Emperor's legs. With a crack, his legs were crushed into pieces. Great Peace, Heavenly Emperor did not even look at him. He continued flying toward the crack. He was not a match. If his injuries were healed, he would still have the confidence to fight. Right now, however, his injuries were not healed. The gap between them was huge. He was definitely not this person's match. "Emperor, I will return to Great Peace Heaven. I will no longer participate in this matter. Admit defeat now? Do you think I, Zhang Tao, am shameless?" Zhang Tao laughed maniacally. It was too late. Great Peace, Heavenly Emperor's face was livid. He suddenly punched the sky and roared, "Everyone help me! If you don't help me, I will die!" Bang! His voice had just fallen when Zhang Tao's punch landed on his back, his entire back being punched through. A fierce light flashed in Great Peace, Heavenly Emperor's eyes. He knew that there was no way to escape and no longer had the slightest hope of getting lucky. He turned around and started fighting a bloody battle with him. The 2 people's figures were so fast that it could not be captured. Only a series of muffled grunts came over. Above the Forbidden Sea. "Great Peace, Heavenly Emperors, if you don't help me. I will die immediately shocked everyone. An emperor-level master actually dared to say such words. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Heavenly Emperor Chongrong's expression flickered incessantly as he said, coldly, Dragon transformation, this person is a great calamity. If you don't attack anymore, you might still be able to live for 3 to 5 years. At that time, you can also fight for it. Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation was still cold. Whoever dares to interfere, this emperor will only kill the first person who attacks. The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions were strange. Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation was extremely strong. If he really wanted to risk his life to kill someone, there was really a very high possibility. Who would be the game breaker? No one made a sound. No one was willing to fight with an ancient emperor who was about to fall. Humph! Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation snorted coldly. I expected that you guys wouldn't dare. But at this moment, he was also extremely shocked. Zhang Tao could actually kill until Great Peace disregarded face and publicly asked for help. How could this person be so powerful? Everyone in the sky did not dare to move. Below, Zhang Tao laughed heartily when he saw that no one interfered. You guys are also fit to be chess players? Just a bunch of conceited fellows, laughable. Die. With a fierce cry, a blood-red long blade appeared in Zhang Tao's hand, chopping the other party's neck with one slash. Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's head directly fell off. But at this moment, his mental strength fluctuated violently. Zhang Tao's eyes dimmed. The next instant, he appeared inside a black room. Source space? Laughable. Zhang Tao laughed without knowing why. Competing in willpower with me. Competing in the strength of mental strength? Courting death. Rumble. Zhang Tao's fist smashed out. The black source space trembled a little. In the space, the unscathed Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's figure suddenly cracked as he said fiercely, impossible! Powerful physical body, powerful mental strength, powerful willpower. How could this person cultivate to such a level without any blind spots in a short few decades' time? You are trash, but that doesn't mean everyone is trash. Zhang Tao sneered again, charging straight at the other party. Midway, he punched out several times, causing huge cracks to appear in the source space. Get out! Heavenly Emperor Great Peace was terrified. He was wrong. He did not expect the other party's mental strength and willpower to be so strong. Now he had led a wolf into the house. It's easy to lure you into the trap, but if you want to chase me away, that's going to be difficult. Zhang Tao chuckled. At this moment, he had already caught up to the other party, and he punched out again, blasting the other party into pieces. Today, I will kill an emperor. P.S. A little later than the third time I was bullied. Chapter 919. At the bottom of the sea. Fang Ping cast his gaze into the distance. At this moment, the nearby sea was turbulent. Old Zhang has made a move? Feeling the entire forbidden sea trembling, Fang Ping suddenly realized that it was most likely old Zhang who had made a move. It's a big commotion. If that's the case, those powerhouses have been lured away? Fang Ping suddenly grinned. The golden house was almost repaired. He could not always let old Zhang be the boss. You kill the emperor level. I'll go kill a few rank 8 and 9 monsters and get some divine weapons. Maybe I should go ashore for a walk. Fang Ping grinned. Would you believe that I would go ashore? Would you believe it? If old Zhang made a bigger commotion and killed the emperor level, the Tao would collapse, the sky would fall, and the earth would crack. I should go ashore then. The reason why he wanted to go ashore was that there were still a few people he had not killed. Chang Shanqi, Lu Ji, Jiyao, Hua Yu. I'll kill them one by one. Right, there's also Li Yi and Hua Qidao. I almost forgot about them. Fang Ping calculated for a while and walked out of the pothole. At this moment, there were no demons nearby. In a battle between great emperors, even if only a trace of residual power leaked, these demons who were not in the impasse realm would be on guard. How would they dare to continue searching? Fang Ping wandered at the bottom of the sea as if he had entered a no-man's land. Very soon, a monster appeared in front of him. The huge monster crouched at the bottom of the sea, shivering, not daring to move at all. Fang Ping was full of smiles. It was a pity that the cat was not here. Otherwise, if it saw this scene, the cat would probably go around eating skewers. The golden house suddenly appeared, covering the rank 9 monster instantly. Fang Ping entered at the same time. His golden body erupted. His hands turned into sabers and slashed down. Bang! The monster, with only the strength of a weak rank 9, had its forelimbs chopped off in the blink of an eye. Ow! A shrill scream was heard. Fang Ping did not care at all. He blocked with one hand, blocking the monster's giant tail sweep. The huge monster's head bit toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping directly reached out and grabbed the other party's sharp teeth. With a grin on his face, he broke the other party's teeth with a crack. Trash! A weak rank 9 dares to search for me? Roar! The monster shrieked in pain, but Fang Ping did not give it any chance. His palm was like a knife, shooting out violently. His entire body pierced through the monster's mouth and through its skull. In the narrow space, the giant monster could not unleash its full power at all. The difference in strength between them was also too great. How could it be a match for Fang Ping? Back then, when Old Man Li was at golden body level 4 or 5, he could already kill a weak rank 9 in 3 moves. Now that Fang Ping had a 9th level golden body and restricted his opponent's movements, in the blink of an eye, he had completely destroyed the monster's golden body. The enemy couldn't even self-destruct. Every time it gathered its strength, Fang Ping would forcefully disperse it. Previously, when he was only at the 7th refinement of the golden body realm, he had already killed a weak 9th grade demonic beast. Now he was much stronger than before. Puchi! Fang Ping reached into its abdomen with one hand. The next moment, he pulled out a blood-red core. It's mine! Fang Ping's destructive force erupted, obliterating the life force on his opponent's heart core immediately. Zun, this monster beast's mentality had not been extinguished yet. It fluctuated violently, wanting to tell the skinny, venerable emperor that it had met Fang Ping. But in the House of Gold, it didn't have the ability to send messages. Fang Ping made his move again. His palm pierced into its head, and his other hand grabbed a transparent crystal. The brain nucleus was in his hands. Die. Thank you for sending me a 9th grade divine weapon. Fang Ping's destructive force erupted again, directly killing the miniaturized monster on the spot. His mentality was also completely obliterated. A weak rank 9 can't even withstand a single blow. Fang Ping shook his head slightly. Sigh, this person is too strong. In the past, I thought that he was incomparably strong, but now it seems like he is nothing more than this. Fang Ping chuckled as he stored the monster's carcass into his storage space. A rank 9 divine weapon was in his hands. I need to hurry up. While old Zhang was working, he would kill more. Recently, the divine weapon had suffered serious losses. Last time, the rank 9 demon beasts were eaten up by the old cat. It had been a long time since a rank 9 demon beast's heart and brain core had entered his account. Buzz! The forbidden sea trembled once again. Fang Ping walked out of the golden house and looked into the distance. The fluctuation was coming from there. Just as he was deep in thought, he heard a shrill howl. Zhang Tao, spare my life. Fang Ping dug his ears. It was so ear-piercing. Who was this? So weak? He actually begged for mercy. This was too embarrassing. Even if he died, he would pretend to be a tough guy. He had lived for nearly 10,000 years, yet he was still so afraid of death. What was the point? What a disgrace. This won't do. Old Zhang's speed is too fast. I can't kill many of them. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Did old Zhang kill ordinary true gods or venerable emperors? Killing venerable emperors would not be that fast, right? Whatever. I'll kill 1 or 2 more monsters and get a rank 9 divine weapon for Old Manly. I'll go up. His own divine weapon was broken. Old Man Li and Tian Mu were also broken. 3 should be enough. Fang Ping continued to search. At this moment, those people probably did not expect him to dare to come out. Of course, at this moment, no one had time to pay attention to him. A venerable emperor was killed by Zhang Tao until he begged for mercy. This was the real big deal. A human martial artist who could threaten an emperor-level powerhouse had appeared. At this moment, including those catacombs' true kings, their attention was attracted. They were all extremely shocked. Not many people had the time to care about Fang Ping. If Fang Ping wanted to escape the encirclement, it was not something that could be done in a short while either. At the same time when Fang Ping was secretly killing the rank 9 monster, that shrill roar, everyone heard it. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Changrong suddenly shouted fiercely, "Dragon transformation, retreat! Otherwise, don't blame this emperor for killing your daughter." You say that again. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's figure suddenly expanded, truly displaying the appearance of an ancient heavenly emperor. His height grew to 1,000 meters, towering into the clouds. A long sword appeared in Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's hand, murderous intent shaking the heavens. "Changrong, you're courting death." When his words fell, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. The entire Nanjiang catacombs sky darkened at this moment. A black rift cut the entire world into 2 halves. You dare to threaten this emperor. Today, this emperor will slaughter your Changrong heaven. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was thoroughly enraged, somewhat hysterical. He was even more furious and crazier than Heavenly Emperor Changrong. This person dared to say these words. Once he fell, Dragon Transformation would definitely be slaughtered. In for a penny, in for a pound. Taking advantage of today, he would kill Changrong. Buzz. The void trembled. The entire Nanjiang catacombs was shaking at this moment. Heavenly Emperor Changrong's expression changed slightly. This guy deserved death. Previously, this guy also threatened him. Now he merely said a sentence, and Dragon Transformation actually wanted to fight to the death without another word. Even though Heavenly Emperor Changrong was furious and aggrieved, he did not show weakness at this time either. His aged body also grew to 1,000 meters in size at this moment. 2 giants instantly exchanged blows in the sky above the Forbidden Sea. One person wielded a sword, one wielded a spear. Spear and sword attacked in unison, akin to living things penetrating one region of space after another, collapsing one region of the void after another. Some true king powerhouses fled one after another at this moment. These ancient powerhouses were indeed powerful. These 2 people fighting, even Fate King's expression suddenly became solemn. Very strong. This was a true emperor. These 2 people were both ancient powerhouses, incomparably ancient, much stronger than Heavenly Emperor Great Peace Below. The 2 people fighting, the commotion was too great. At this moment, even the domain land, not far away, was trembling. Gong Yuzi's figure appeared. With a low cry, he went all out and started to stabilize the domain land, cursing countless times in his heart. These 2 bastards were fighting right at his doorstep. If this continued, the entire Purple Cap Mountain might completely collapse. This was still not enough. These 2 people were currently fighting. In the sea, an incomparably powerful pressure suddenly erupted. Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's hair was disheveled, his entire body bathed in blood. Soaring straight into the sky, he roared explosively, "Zhang Tao, this emperor admits defeat. Don't force me to self-detonate. You try self-detonating." Zhang Tao was also incomparably domineering at this moment. Stepping on his golden boots, he stepped on the air and said with a faint smile, "Come, self-detonate. Blow me up Consider yourself capable." As he said this, a crystal book appeared once more, blocking in front of Heavenly Emperor Great Peace. "Fellow Taoists, do you all want to watch as this emperor perishes here and let this person defeat me one by one?" Heavenly Emperor Great Peace was greatly terrified. In this moment of fighting in the sea, he was almost beaten to death by Zhang Tao. Even his source space was destroyed. At this moment, he was extremely seriously injured. If this continued, he would definitely die. Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's mournful roar seemed to make people feel sympathy for the death of a rabbit. The next moment, two phantoms appeared. Two experts, a man and a woman, appeared on both sides of Zhang Tao. The man said coldly, "Zhang Tao, where possible, one should forgive and forget. Other than you, who in your human world can really resist the human realm? Whether you establish the Heaven Division or the Earth Division, we don't want to fall out with you. If you kill Heavenly Emperor Great Peace, the human realm will have to become your enemy." "You sound like you won't become my enemy if I don't kill you," Zhang Tao said with a smile. "Since the two of you have stood out, then come at me together. Let's see how many people I can kill today." Arrogant, the two people's faces were ice cold. Without saying a word, they broke through the air and went straight for Zhang Tao. They couldn't let this person become the next unquestionable Jian. Years ago, when unquestionable Jian killed venerable sovereigns, it was the same at the beginning. Everyone stood by and watched, and in the end, many venerable sovereigns died. Now, there were not many venerable sovereigns left. If Zhang Tao killed one today and another tomorrow, who could resist him in the end? "Good. I'll kill to my heart's content today." Zhang Tao also shouted, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. Rumble. The Forbidden Sea went completely crazy. The seawater surged up crazily as if it was going to cover the whole world. Black cracks covered the entire sky above the Forbidden Sea. The area within a radius of thousands of miles was now completely dark. These people did not enter the realm battlefield, but fought in the sky above the Forbidden Sea. A total of 6 venerable sovereigns were fighting. Rumble, the bounded domain began to collapse. Gong Yuzi, who was inside, cursed angrily. "Damn, you bastards! Noisy!" Zhang Tao scolded directly. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you too." Gong Yuzi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Soon he snorted coldly and stopped talking. These bastards, it was best if they all died. At most, Purple Cat Mountain would become a thing of the past. He did not care anymore. Gong Yuzi supported Purple Cat Mountain, trying to prevent it from collapsing. But the boundary wall was being hit hard by the aftermath, and it began to crack continuously. Zhang Tao was fighting 1 against 3, and he began to lose. Fortunately, the Great Peace Heavenly Emperor was seriously injured, and his combat power had declined, so he could barely hold on for a while. But Zhang Tao was also a ruthless person, and he focused on fighting the Great Peace Heavenly Emperor. He suddenly grabbed Great Peace Heavenly Emperor's arm with both hands, and with a low roar, he let the woman behind him pierce through his back. Great Peace Heavenly Emperor's arm was torn to pieces, and golden blood fell into the Forbidden Sea, causing another wave. 6 venerable sovereigns were fighting. At this moment, only Fate King and the thin old man, the 2 venerable sovereigns, did not fight. The 2 of them retreated a certain distance. Fate King glanced at the people fighting, and then looked at the thin old man, saying nothing. The thin old man said in a deep voice, "Let's attack together and kill this man." He felt threatened, just like the time when he was chased by unquestionable Jian. Fate King was a little tempted. A martial king was indeed a huge threat. When injured, the Great Peace Heavenly Emperor's combat power was actually similar to that of Fate King, but he was still almost killed by Zhang Tao. Should he attack or not? Just as Fate King was about to agree, there was a rumble. There was an explosion. Crack! The border wall of Purple Cat Mountain was broken. It was not that Gong Yuzi could not hold on, but someone had attacked the border wall and broken it. Battle King appeared, and he shouted angrily, "Attack! Otherwise, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. And I, Jiang Tianming, will not have anything to do with Purple Cap Mountain." Jiang Tianming. Gong Yuzi was furious. Jiang Tianming broke the border wall while he was distracted. This bastard, did he know what he was doing? "Attack!" Battle King shouted. "Otherwise, don't blame me for revealing everything. Do you really think I don't know anything? You deal with Fate King. Leave that old thing to me." Gong Yuzi's face was livid, and he suddenly shouted angrily. He soared into the sky and went straight for Fate King. Fate King cursed inwardly, but he did not hesitate and also charged toward Gong Yuzi. He also wanted to feel how powerful these Demon Emperor-era powerhouses were. The two of them fought in an instant. At this moment, the entire Nanjiang catacombs had really turned completely dark. Incomparably dark. The energy sun in the sky could not be seen at all. Battle King also did not say a word, and he charged toward the thin old man. He could feel the two of them just now. If not for that, he would not have forcefully broken the border wall of Purple Cap Mountain. Although Battle King was not Emperor rank, he was not too far from it. At this moment, he charged with no regard for his life, and his aura was also magnificent, and his chi and blood shot into the sky. The thin old man snorted coldly, and a thin sword shot out, charging toward Battle King. Non-Emperor rank dared to provoke him, courting death. At this moment, Zhang Tao was fighting 1 against 3, but he laughed wildly and said, "Battle King, good job! From today onwards, you will be the pillar of my new martial era." Battle King. Zhang Tao completely recognized him. Time and time again, they were bathed in blood and killed. Time and time again, they stood up for humanity when they were weak. Every time they narrowly escaped death, but they were still willing to fight their way out. Battle King swore, "Do I need your recognition? When I was at the peak, your ancestors were not even born. What are you pretending to be in front of me?" "Ha ha ha!" Zhang Tao laughed, not minding the old man scolding at all. As he laughed, he roared and punched the golden body of the Great Peace Heavenly Emperor. The Great Peace Heavenly Emperor recovered quickly, and his face became even paler. He said mournfully, "My two friends, go all out. Do you really want to wait for me to die? Kill." The two venerable sovereigns also did not hold back. They tore the space apart, and Zhang Tao's golden bones cracked, and blood flowed from his mouth. Were 3 venerable sovereigns not enough to kill a junior? The 3 people were all incomparably frenzied. Zhang Tao was even more frenzied than them, simply putting away the source book. Barehanded, he completely stopped defending and clashed head-on with the 3 people. Tremendous vital energy even solidified, turning into blood pillars that fell to the bottom of the sea. Over there, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was also frenzied. A long sword tore apart countless spaces, fighting with Heavenly Emperor Changrong from the crack to the outside. His eyes were blood red, fighting until Heavenly Emperor Changrong repeatedly smashed through space, his physical body cracking. Lunatic, Heavenly Emperor Changrong cursed in his heart. Dragon Transformation had gone mad. Just because of a sentence from him, this guy even did not hesitate to exhaust his life source to fight with him. If this continued, he would be completely suppressed very soon. He had no interest in exhausting the already little life source left. "Changrong, if you don't die today, from today onwards, this old man will stop you. Changrong Tian, for every day I don't die. If I encounter you, Changrong Tian, I'll kill 1 person. This old man will also bring you along before I die." Heavenly Emperor Changrong was about to curse. He cursed. At this moment, Chang Shanqi and the young emperor who had escaped the domain zone wanted to curse even more. How did Master provoke Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation? A dignified, ancient, venerable emperor said that he would kill 1 person on sight. This was not a joke. From today onwards, As long as Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation did not die, they could forget about leaving Chang Rong Tian, an ancient venerable emperor blocking the door. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. Chaos! The vicinity of Nanjiang's catacombs was in a mess at this time. Not only Nanjiang, but the North Lakes catacombs were also in a mess. In the Forbidden Sea, many powerhouses were fighting until the sky fell and the earth cracked. This was not a lie. The sky really collapsed. At this moment, it was pitch black. Tsunami, the Forbidden Sea seawater tsunami. At this moment, the Forbidden Sea demon clan in the periphery, without exception, fled toward the inner periphery frantically. As for besieging and killing Fang Ping, emperanks were participating in the battle. True kings had begun to flee, who would still remember Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping crawled out from the edge of the Forbidden Sea, a sorrowful look on his face. Old Jiang, when are you going to get rid of these true king emperors? He was about to cry. The limelight was stolen again. I was clearly the main character this time, again. Keep the commotion down. Just fight with the great emperors in the dark. Now the commotion is so big, where can I go to reason? Sigh. Fang Ping let out a long sigh. If the great emperors don't die, I won't be able to show off. When he was in the emperor's tomb, he was so domineering. He would kill whoever he wanted. He would scold whoever he wanted. At that time, heaven was the first, earth was the second, and he was the third. Now, forget it. Fang Ping comforted himself. These people were all old antiques. He would not argue with them. Although he thought about it, Fang Ping still had some worries in his eyes. He saw something. Old Zhang seemed to be fighting 1 against 3, and his injuries were not light. Don't fall into it. Fang Ping was worried, calling out in his heart continuously, "Brother Cat, are you there? Pick up the phone." After calling for a long time, the old cat finally appeared in Fang Ping's mind with its tongue out, panting tiredly. It panted, saying, "Don't call any more. I know the other side is fighting until their brains are mushed. I can't help it. There's so many titled true gods. I can't beat them. I still have 2 more. Meow, I can't finish the feast. They hit me. Meow, they wanted to find the fake human emperor to save me. So pitiful. Meow." At this time, the old cat was extremely pitiful. Then it flew into a rage and said, "They hit me. They hit this cat of mine. It's so hateful. I'm angry, liar. Wait for my good news. I'm going to get reinforcements." Fang Ping was stunned. "You still have reinforcements?" "I do. Isn't Gong Juanzi still here? There are so many who can fight. I'm going to find Gong Juanzi to find that person. Oh, right, there's also Doggy's little brother. I don't know if he's dead or not. Go and find him. I'm going to go crazy." The old cat almost put its hands on its waist and scolded. Bullying cats. The big water buffalo and the big crow were actually chasing after it. A kind cat like it was also being chased by monsters. It could not take it any more. It wanted to summon its little brother to help. As for the previous incident of fishing for cows, it had forgotten. Who would remember that incident? Anyway, they were in the wrong. It was just a cat who wanted to eat a feast. Not only did they not give it, they even beat it, bullying cats. While Fang Ping was still in a daze, the old cat disappeared. Fang Ping had just regained consciousness for a moment. Rumble. A loud noise was heard. At this moment, the whole world fell silent. Then, a gigantic silhouette of a cat that covered the whole sky and earth appeared in the catacombs. In the air, the gigantic silhouette of a cat held a broken gong in one paw and a gong hammer in the other, hitting it hard. "Help! Gong Juanzi! You! Help! A monster wants to kill a cat! Help!" Bang, bang, bang. This gigantic silhouette of a cat that covered the whole catacombs hit the gong so hard that even Fang Ping felt dizzy. This cat had this ability? While Fang Ping was still in shock, suddenly an extremely powerful aura rose from the 7 southern territory. An extremely loud voice came from tens of thousands of miles away. "Old cat, who dares to kill you?" "Ha ha ha! This old man wanted to wait for a while more to come out of the mountain, but you cat just had to make trouble. Gong Juanzi, whose mentality was extremely powerful, came out of the mountain at this moment. Kuokang Mountain, one of the 10 ancient grotto heavens. As the master of Kuokang Mountain, Gong Juanzi, the North Sea Emperor, although it had not been long since he achieved Tao, his ability was not weak, slightly stronger than Gong Yuzi. Not only that, at this moment, in the direction of the restricted area, a heaven-shaking silhouette appeared. Sky Emperor, this old man thought you were still sleeping. I didn't expect you to come out of the mountain. The Celestial Emperor is already dead. This old man owes the Celestial Emperor a favor in the past. Today I will return it. Sky Emperor, who is so blind as to want to kill you too. At this time, in the direction of the Forbidden Sea, a gigantic silhouette of a dragon that covered the sky and the sun appeared. The gigantic dragon was incomparably huge. Speaking in human language, this emperor has made a move. The next time you dare to fish this emperor's descendant, this emperor will demand an explanation from you. The cat seemed surprised and a little shy, saying loudly, I'm not fishing anymore. I'm not fishing anymore. Dragon Emperor, you're not dead yet? Ha ha ha, this emperor will not die so easily. It's a pity that the Celestial Emperor. At this moment, the 3 emperor-level powerhouses came out of their hibernation. They came only for the cat, separated by tens of thousands of li, even more than 100,000 li. The few venerable emperors broke through space, advancing continuously, their murderous intent boiling. Just now, Fong Ping was scolding old Zhang. At this moment, old Zhang suddenly let loose a torrent of abuse. He did not mention any names, just scolding. A cat stealing the limelight. Did this stupid cat not know that the minister was going to slaughter the emperors today? Among the 3 powerhouses, Gong Juanzi, who was the closest, rushed over in the blink of an eye. In the next second, Gong Juanzi and an incomparably huge bird-type monster tore through the void, and Magic City's catacombs fell into darkness. The great war started again. At this moment, Fong Ping was already stunned. This cat was so skilled at calling for help. He seemed to vaguely remember something. A certain cat seemed to have said before that it often called for help. Back then, when Tengu was around, it seemed like it was often called for help. This cat, could it be the real mastermind? Tengu was actually a silly, simple-minded character that was ordered around every day. This cat doesn't fight. This cat is a cat that loves peace. These words were still ringing in his ears. Fong Ping, on the other hand, did not know whether to laugh or cry. Am I stupid? I really believed it before. It's not that you don't fight. The key is that you know how to blow the whistle. You guys go ahead and mess around. I'll go kill a few rank 9s and gather enough divine weapons for me. Fong Ping shook his head. With a shake of his body, he did not even know who he had become. His aura changed at will, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot. Emperor-level powerhouses were fighting in the Forbidden Sea. He might as well go to the outer domain to show off. As for today, whether old Zhang stole the cat's limelight or the cat stole old Zhang's limelight, he would find out later. Today, whoever slaughtered the emperors would be the main character. The river flows east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. These words emerged in Fong Ping's heart. I'll give you guys a chance today. After some time, it will be time for me to step onto the stage. Chapter 920. The sky was dark. In the sky above the Forbidden Sea, there were many emperors participating in the battle today. Giants stood towering over the Forbidden Ocean. 7 southern regions, 8 southern regions, 9 southern regions, the southern outer regions looked like the end of the world. The oppressive feeling made it hard for the people of the southern regions to breathe. If it were not for the Forbidden Sea's ability to absorb energy and restrict the overflow of the pressure, no ordinary people in the southern regions would have survived this battle. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the Forbidden Sea. He looked at the cat, looked at Zhang Tao, looked at the grandmasters, looked at the land of bounded boundaries, powerhouses, and emperor battle. a battle between many emperors. Such a battle had erupted once again in the past 1,000 years. Apart from 1,000 years ago, a battle of this scale had never occurred again. Chaos was coming, and powerhouses from all sides appeared frequently. Gigantic Willow City. Hua Qidao and the others were not in the mood to watch the sky anymore. They were all looking at the Forbidden Sea. Li Yi's face was pale. He muttered, "Is this the Emperor Powerhouse they were talking about? He's too strong." The dragon transformation Celestial Emperor's sword had split the sky. Even if they were thousands of miles away, they could still see that sword. The cat grew bigger. The sound of the gong traveled hundreds of thousands of miles. They heard it too and were shocked. The martial king's aura overflowed and could be felt clearly from thousands of miles away. They could also sense the venerable emperors who were fighting. These people were the strongest powerhouses of this era. Li Yi was in a trance for a moment. He said in a low voice, "Father, can it really be done?" Could he really achieve his goal? Could he really scheme against these people? Too strong. There were more and more powerhouses. How strong was his father? How much had he recovered? Li Yi was not sure about this. He only knew that a powerhouse like King Feng would only be average if he came today. Hua Qidao and the gigantic Willow City Lord did not say anything. No one knew how much Li Zhu's strength had recovered. Was he at the peak of divine path? If he was still at his previous level, it would be terrible. At this time, even the true king powerhouses were having a hard time. The battle was still going on, and the pressure was still there. Li took a deep breath. They are too far away from us. General Hua, is there any news from the Emperor's tomb? There are some. Hua Qidao said quickly. There were heavy casualties. Not many people made it out alive. We haven't found Fang Ping. Rumor has it that he's trapped in the Forbidden Ocean. This information had been relayed through the sky screen and some warriors. The specific details had not reached them yet. Fang Ping better die in the Forbidden Sea. Li snorted coldly and looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sea again. At this moment, there were so many powerhouses fighting over there. It would be strange if a martial artist like Fang Ping did not die in the slightest ripple. Li hoped that Fang Ping would die. Many shared the same sentiments. Hua Yu, Ji Yao, Chang Shanqi. These people were all looking in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. It was not their turn to worry about a battle between emperor-level powerhouses. But Fang Ping was trapped in the Forbidden Sea. Was he still not dead? Moreover, the Forbidden Sea was extremely dangerous. Fang Ping seemed to have entered the Forbidden Sea for a very long time. Until now, there was no trace of him at all. Could he have already died in the sea? Within Nanjiang City, Wang Jinyang and the others who were brought here by the Battle King also wore worried expressions. Li Hansong tried to liven up the atmosphere and said, "The green cat is pretty awesome." This broken gong actually got so many helpers. As he spoke, Yao Chengjun said mildly, "When the Heavenly Hound besieged you back then, it might have been the helpers that the green cat got. Do you still think that's awesome?" Li Hansong was speechless. He could not respond. Wang Jinyang stood on the city wall and looked into the distance. He said in a low voice, "Don't talk about these useless things. Don't worry, Fang Ping will be fine. Since the minister is here and the green cat is also here, Fang Ping won't die over there." In order to cover their escape, Fang Ping had exposed his whereabouts and became the target of public criticism. If it were not for Fang Ping, Zhang Tao would not have made a move now. He could not wait for those emperor-level powerhouses to kill each other. Why would he get involved now? Now that Zhang Tao had joined the fight and the Battle King had rushed over, it must be to help Fang Ping escape successfully. Damn it! Li Hansong suddenly cursed and muttered, "It's a pity that I didn't cultivate to the strength of my past life. Otherwise, even the Heavenly Hound would take a detour when it sees me. Why would I be afraid of these guys?" He did not know much about his past life. However, according to Wang Ruobing, even the Heavenly Hound would run when it saw him. although this dog called for people to attack him later. How strong was the heavenly hound? There was no way to verify this. However, as far as he knew, the heavenly hound might be the strongest group of powerhouses below the emperors. If such a powerhouse had to call for help, his strength in his past life could be seen. As soon as this was said, even old Wang sighed slightly. Although this life was only for Wang Jinyang, it was impossible to say that he did not think about Heavenly Emperor Zhan's strength and intimidating everyone. If he had Heavenly Emperor Zhan's strength now, would he need to do this? Would he need to hide here and wait for those emperor-level powerhouses to fight? At this time, Wang Jinyang could not help but think of the Skyfall land that unquestionable Jian mentioned before. A heart allowed Fang Ping and Old Man Li to enter rank 8-9 refinements. Li Hansong entered rank 8-6 refinements, and Yao Chengjun entered rank 8-4 refinements. He benefited a lot. At this moment, he could not talk about how many refinements he had. He was not even at the golden body stage. His vitality was transforming. Originally, a rank 7 powerhouse at peak vitality would not exceed 50,000 calories at most. As for him, he had not forged a golden body yet, but his vitality had reached about 70,000 calories. 70,000 calories was about the strength of a rank 8-3 refinements. However, Wang Jinyang realized that his vitality was transforming in nature. As if thousands of Daos had become one, his vitality was becoming stronger. At this moment, it had even faintly reached the level of thousands of Daos becoming one. Moreover, Wang Jinyang felt that he could continue to transform. Perhaps his vitality force was not high overall, but it might eventually reach 3 times 4 times or even more powerful. At this time, his vitality was 70,000 calories, but it was equivalent to 140,000 calories. In addition to the God of War Bao's enhancement, the arrow shot in the Emperor's tomb earlier had a vague power that could break space in the outside world. As for breaking space, this was at least a rank 4 or 5 stage, and above powerhouse could do it. This is still a heart, and everyone absorbed it separately. According to unquestionable Jian, there might be corpses in the Skyfall land. Heavenly Emperors, Li Hansong's in his past life, Yao Qingjuan's in his past life. Wang Jinyang's heart was in turmoil. He had not mentioned this until now. On one hand, he had no time. On the other hand, he was hesitating. He did not even want to talk about the Skyfall land. He believed that if he said it, Fang Ping and the others would probably prepare to go to the Skyfall land. It was too dangerous. Back then, even the heavenly dog died in that place. Sigh. A sigh, so low that it could not be heard. Wang Jinyang looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sea again. This time, Fang Ping should be able to escape successfully, right? Minister Zhang and War King should be fine too. Just when these people were worried about Fang Ping. Fang Ping killed a rank 9 powerhouse with 3 punches. No one knew him. He met him on the way. This time the Nanjiang catacombs were very chaotic. Outland city lords, outland demons, outland people. There were powerhouses everywhere. Some powerhouses did not enter the bounded zones this time. Some had the mentality of waiting for a rabbit to come to them. Some were purely afraid, and some were prepared to help. At this moment, there were many rank 9 powerhouses in the Nanjiang catacombs and the Beihu catacombs. When Fang Ping met the other party, and the other party spoke in the catacombs language, Fang Ping did not care which force the powerhouse was from. Once the Golden House appeared, he covered the other party and killed him in a few punches and kicks. Have those guys all run away? Fang Ping had already left the bounded zones for 700 to 800 li. Until now, he had not met Hua Yu and the others. Did they all run out of the Nanjiang catacombs? King Hua and the others seemed to be staying at the Forbidden Sea. I don't think they have time to care about them, right? When he left, many true king powerhouses had escaped the Forbidden Sea. However, there were still some true kings who thought they were powerful and still stayed there, who knew what they were waiting for. King Hua did not seem to have left. He was still waiting there. He did not know if he was preparing to join the battle or waiting to take advantage of the situation. As he was thinking, Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly. There was a royal city in front. Should he go and sweep it? Forget it. It's not appropriate to make a big commotion now. It would not be good to scare some guys away. Fong Ping muttered in his heart. Besides, there seemed to be true kings in the outer zones. There were no big benefits, and there was no need to target the royal city. Whether there were true kings in the outer zones was actually quite easy to judge. True kings were in the outer zones. The outer zones seemed to be thin, and the Tao was thin. When true kings were active here, the Tao would tremble. That kind of origin aura was hard to conceal. The Forbidden Sea, on the other hand, was not affected by these things. I'll look for Li Yi. This guy still has a palace divine weapon. Fong Ping took care of the rank 9 that he had killed. He did not linger and hurried toward gigantic Willow City. If he met them on the way, if Ji Yao had Qi Huanyu with her, then he would not make a move. As for the others, even if he met Chang Shanqi, Fong Ping was not afraid of him. He would see if he could kill him by surprise. As he flew through the flight step, Fong Ping turned back to look at the Forbidden Sea. Just as he turned back, a towering giant sword slashed through the sky again. The dragon transformation Celestial Emperor's roar echoed throughout the Nanjiang catacombs. Changrong Dai. When this sword slashed down, even if Fong Ping was 700 to 800 li away, even if the Forbidden Sea absorbed the overflowing aftermath, he still felt a strong sense of danger. Very strong. Fong Ping was a little shocked. These old antiques could not be underestimated. The feeling they gave him was even stronger than when old Zhang and the others erupted last time. Just as he was in shock, a giant spear appeared. In the next moment, the spear was cut in half by a sword. Rumble, heaven and earth were shaking. In the next second, a golden glow broke through the void like a meteor. The speed was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. In a flash, it headed in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, fleeing toward the Forbidden Zone. Changrong, Heavenly Emperor, ran away. Dragon transformation, Celestial Emperor risked his life. He was not willing to do so. As soon as he ran, Dragon transformation, Celestial Emperor behind him snorted angrily and shouted, "King Wu, this old man has broken his promise. I'll leave first. If I don't kill this beast today, I won't rest." Before his voice fell, Dragon transformation, Celestial Emperor also turned into a meteor and quickly chased over there. The speed of the two meteors was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the outer zones and disappeared in front of Fong Ping and the others. Dragon transformation, Celestial Emperor, and Changrong, Heavenly Emperor left. On this side, they had just left when a bull's roar came over from a distant direction, carrying an incomparably immense sense of pain. It roared violently. Dragon Emperor, the cat provoked this emperor first. The water-type giant bull was very furious. It was hooked by the cat before chasing after the cat. It was not like it took the initiative to provoke the cat. But now, the Dragon Emperor, these guys had an attitude of not stopping until one party was dead, killing it, and the big crow until they were both incomparably miserable, with no place to vent their anger. So what if I provoked you? Water power, how dare you? Wanting to eat you. That's thinking highly of you. You actually still dare to resist. This bandit logic was said by that giant dragon. At this moment, everyone who heard it opened their mouths wide without exception. This logic was invincible, while the cat did not seem to have taken part in the battle. At this moment, it also said aggrievedly, "This cat didn't eat you either. I just wanted to take a look." Even the big dog said that your meat will be old if I don't eat it. It's been so many years. Your meat definitely doesn't taste good. I don't even want to eat it anymore. Cat. This shrill roar was incomparably sorrowful and indignant. Old meat, not tasty anymore? So you guys have been eyeing this bull since a long time ago? No wonder you guys kept staring at this bull back then. The cat's voice came again. Stop roaring. Besides, You can cut off a bit of meat and have a taste. It's not like you'll die. The big dog also said before that you can raise it to eat. Cut it off and let it grow. Maybe it'll be more tender. Big Bull, why don't you cut off a bit now, or else the Dragon Emperor will stab you to death. Bastard. Water Power was furious, asking him to cut off his meat. No way. While he was still clamoring, the cat said aggrievedly, Cut off your meat. No one wants to kill you. The big dog said that raising a bull is to eat meat. You don't know how to plow, so you can only eat meat. Raising cats and dogs is for fun, not for eating meat. Big Bull, why are you so angry? As soon as these words came out, it was really like thunder rolling in the sky, leaving everyone speechless. Even Fong Ping, who was speechless at the Dragon Emperor's bandit logic, suddenly felt a little dazed. There was nothing wrong with what the cat said. Raising a bull either did not work or ate meat. That was not a problem, right? It was okay to raise cats and dogs as pets, but who would raise a bull as a pet? Fong Ping shook his head. Crazy, crazy. He actually thought that what the old cat said made sense. Was there no hope for him now? While he was still thinking, the cat shouted again, Gong Juanzi, don't eat the big crow. Stab it to death. The big crow always bullies me and even snatched my fishing spot. At this time, Gong Juanzi also laughed loudly and said, Good. Myriad Continents Island was originally used by the cat to fish. Everyone knows that in the past there were also a few venerable emperors who had their eyes on Myriad Continents Island, who dared to be presumptuous. Thousands of years have passed, and a mere crow dared to snatch the cat's dojo. The cat had no dojo, but it liked fishing. More than 2,000 years ago, it had been fishing there. At that time, even if there were many good things on Myriad Continents Island, there were no venerable emperors to fight for territory. Now, a big crow also dared to snatch the cat's territory. Gong Juanzi's mentality erupted, tearing through the void, its power soaring to the sky. This cat is so aggrieved. At this moment, Fong Ping could not care less about the cat, but he still did not know whether to laugh or cry. Look at how aggrieved it was. It raised a cow, but didn't feed it. The meat was already old. This was the fault of Water Power, right? The big crow snatched its fishing spot, forcibly occupied its territory. This was the big crow's fault, right? It sounded like there was nothing wrong, but no matter how he thought about it, something was not right. This cat, I'll keep a close eye on it later, Fong Ping muttered. He continued to speed up, sprinting toward gigantic Willow City. The battle was probably going to end soon. A few venerable emperors had run away. Now the cat's side might be ending soon. At this time, if old Zhang did not want to continue fighting, it should be over. It depended on whether old Zhang had the confidence to kill an emperor this time. Just as Fong Ping was thinking about this, Zhang Tao also looked around, panting heavily, a little weak. He had overestimated himself. 3 venerable emperors attacked. He could not gain the upper hand. Although Grand Peace was almost disintegrated by him, he was also heavily injured. On the other side, Warlord was also no match for the skinny old man. Gong Yuzi and Life King were both fishing in troubled waters. They did not put in any effort at all. They've made a threat. Mother asterisk her, is there no other way? Zhang Tao cursed in his heart. This person should not be too arrogant. This was embarrassing. Fighting 1 against 3, very strong. In the past, he also felt that he was very strong. However, unquestionable Jian fought 1 against 10 back then, killing many of them. In this way, he was much stronger than him. I thought I could fight emperors, now I realize. I'm far from it. I thought I could do what unquestionable Jian could do. But now it seems that I'm still not as good as... There's still a long way to go. Zhang Tao sighed in his heart. He was not even as good as a cat. Look at that cat. It had forced an venerable emperor to start cutting off his flesh to survive. Fong Ping could not sense it, and Water Power did not continue to clamor. But old Zhang sensed it. That cow had really started to cut off its flesh. That cat had also started to pick up the meat, happily. Water Power did not say it clearly, But when it was beaten by Dragon Emperor until its flesh was torn apart, the flesh fell off piece by piece. The cat despised the bloody mess, but when it turned its head, there was meat without blood falling off. If this was not admitting defeat, what was it? I can't be worse than a cat now, can I? Zhang Tao laughed at himself. This was what he said. This battle had come to this point. There was actually no need to continue killing. However, Zhang Tao knew that he could not stop. In this battle, if Heavenly Emperor Tai and did not die, Sino Nation would have one more powerful enemy, and the other Heavenly Emperors of beyond Avalon would also be tempted. If he did not kill, how could he intimidate them? If he did not make a move, it would be fine. If he intimidated the other party, then it would be fine. However, if he made a move and said some harsh words, but did not kill the other party, the effect would be completely different. Even Zhang Tao, fighting 1 against 3 today, still could not intimidate the powerhouses around. Humans have too few emperor-level powerhouses. Zhang Tao sighed in his heart. Now, many people were watching. Even some old antiques were judging the situation. They were all waiting for Zhang Tao's performance, whether he would rope them in or oppose them. A powerhouse who could kill venerable emperors and a powerhouse who could barely defeat venerable emperors were completely different. Forget it. I'll go all out today. Zhang Tao made up his mind. It might be better to kill Heavenly Emperor, even if he was seriously injured. Otherwise, if he killed an emperor-level powerhouse, people would be alarmed, and some powerhouses might even secretly join forces to deal with him. Then let's go all out. Zhang Tao's face suddenly darkened. He threw out his bamboo whip again, this time toward the middle-aged man who was helping him. He also threw the crystal book in his hand toward the Water Empress. Both of them sneered. Do you really think this can stop us? But Zhang Tao did not care. He growled and quickly charged toward the Heavenly Emperor Taiyan. Heavenly Emperor Taiyan was a little annoyed, but he was not as afraid as before. He shouted angrily, Zhang Tao, you can't kill me. If we continue fighting, I will kill you, and the human world will be destroyed sooner or later. On both sides, the Water Empress also said coldly, Zhang Tao, you can be called the strongest powerhouse in the human world. You want to kill Heavenly Emperor in front of us. You. Just as she said that, in the next moment, a wave of exclamations suddenly came from all directions. At this moment, the bamboo whip and the crystal book were originally alone. But at this moment, the bamboo whip was suddenly in someone's hand. The crystal book was also in someone's hand. 3 people. At this moment, 3 Zhang Tao appeared in the sky above the Forbidden Sea. You are crazy. Damn it. Help me. The last shout came from the Heavenly Emperor, Taiyan. When the 3 Zhang Tao appeared, he was terrified, cutting spiritual sense. Zhang Tao had cut his spiritual sense into 3 parts. Originally, the bamboo whip and the crystal book were not enough to stop the 2 venerable sovereigns. They could break them in a moment and come to help. But at this moment, Zhang Tao cut his spiritual sense into 2 doppelgangers. The 2 doppelgangers held 2 manifestations of the Great Way in their hands, and their combat capability became several times stronger instantly. In this way, even if the 2 venerable sovereigns wanted to kill the doppelgangers, they could not do it in a short time. But once the doppelgangers cut the doppelgangers, they would disappear sooner or later. Zhang Tao wanted to kill him at the price of losing his strength forever. Help me. The Heavenly Emperor Taiyan was extremely terrified. He turned around and ran away immediately. Zhang Tao was extremely calm at this moment. He did not care about the 2 venerable sovereigns anymore. He sighed softly and said, I said I will kill you, so I will. I'm just that stubborn. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red long saber appeared and cut the Forbidden Sea into pieces. The whole Forbidden Sea was dyed red when the saber was drawn. In front of him, the escaping Heavenly Emperor Tai and screamed miserably. At this moment, he was a little regretful. Maybe I shouldn't have come out at this moment. Maybe I should have left earlier. Maybe I should have been like Guan Ming and the others, lying low first and to send some people to the heaven department, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. Zhang Tao, I will wait for you. Ha ha ha. Cut my spiritual sense, and my strength will fall. I will wait for you, to die together. With this extremely resentful voice, the long saber disappeared. In front of him, the forbidden sea was split open, and a crack of hundreds of miles was cut open. The figure of the heavenly Emperor Tai, and also completely disappeared in the void. Rumble! A venerable sovereign died. At this moment, the great way collapsed. Different from the death of a real king, at this moment, a 10,000-meter-long great way suddenly appeared in the sky above the forbidden sea, and then it collapsed instantly. A 10,000-meter-long crack formed in the sky above the forbidden sea and didn't heal for a long time. Blood rain poured down in buckets. At this moment, the whole land was raining. Blood rain. A venerable sovereign died. Zhang Tao's face was pale, and golden blood kept gushing out of his mouth. But he was still arrogant and didn't attack again. He turned his head to look at the two venerable sovereigns. They were fighting with their doppelgangers at this moment, and their doppelgangers were about to disappear. After a long time, the female sovereign smashed the crystal book with one blow, but she didn't attack again. Instead, she looked at Zhang Tao and said in a complicated tone for the first time, "Human king, is it worth it? Is it worth it? In order to kill the heavenly Emperor Tai," and Zhang Tao lost at least 40%, or even 50% of his spiritual force. Is it worth it to pay such a price? The blood rain was still pouring down. At this moment, Gong Yuzi and the War King all stopped fighting. A venerable sovereign died. Zhang Tao was also seriously injured. In the past 1,000 years, another venerable sovereign died, but it wasn't as threatening as the unquestionable sword. At this moment, everyone had an indescribable feeling. In order to kill the heavenly Emperor Tai, and King Wu's strength had dropped a lot. From a top martial emperor strongman before, he was probably no different from an ordinary martial emperor now. What was the price for? Did heavenly Emperor Tai have to be killed? Humans can't be bullied. As long as I, Zhang Tao, am alive, I will fight for the martial way. An indifferent voice reverberated in the forbidden sea, reverberating in this world. Fight for the martial way. Fight for what? Fight for life. Fight for dignity. Fight for the leadership of the neo-martial arts.